Others, please turn off cell phones during the meeting. And we ask that everybody please mute themselves unless you are speaking. And as we know, today is November 2nd. Tomorrow is election day. So I know people have a lot of things on their minds today. Citizen comments. Monica, do we have anyone signed up or any comments that have been submitted?
Hi, Chair Jacobs. No, ma'am. No comments have been submitted for a citizen comment period. The deadline was Sunday at 12 p.m. And at that time, we had not had anyone sign up.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll move on to the consent agenda. And Mr. Manager, I will turn that over to you to take us through each of the items. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chairman. We will start with item 561, which is the request for an approval to utilize our existing operational funds in the amount of $82,199.44 for this 2021 fiscal year to renew a contract to support with NetApp. Are there any questions?
Oh, sorry, I just have a quick question. Could you or somebody clarify on here? We've seen this a few times, but I just would like clarification where it says that it's also being asked that subsequent maintenance, renewals, and amendments be just maybe I'm getting it mixed up with I thought it said here that there would be a county manager sign off for subsequent maintenance, renewals, and amendments. And I just wanted clarification on whether there was any fiscal or budgetary impact to that, or if that's just within the total amount of the contract.
Could you drill down on that a little bit, Chair Jacobs, so I can make sure we're clear on the part?
Yeah, I mean, it said in the AAF that the request was also, in addition to this amount, there was also the request that the county manager would be able to automatically sign off on subsequent maintenance, renewals, and amendments. So I just was trying to understand what that meant. Was there any fiscal or budgetary impact to that?
I will get Greg to talk about essentially how the renewals work on the softwares, and then we'll talk about the fiscal implications. Is Greg on?
Hey, County Manager, this is Antonio Davis, and I can explain that until Mr. Merrill gets on.
Okay, Antonio, go ahead.
I am the platform manager, and I actually submitted this agenda action form. So per year, we request, maintenance renewals and operational budget costs that are handled within our operational budget. We just renew those every year. So it's basically being taken out of each operational year. So there's no budgetary impact because we plan for these, years ahead or a year ahead. So it's just using the existing money to pay for those maintenance renewals that we do.
Thank you, Antonio. I guess my question though, is this going to go beyond this fiscal year though, into another approved budget?
Yes, ma'am, it does. So every year we have that funding there to pay for, in this particular instance, it's our storage support that supports the entire enterprise. And so once it comes off warranty, we just pay for the maintenance of each calendar year. So we do have that within the budget. And yes, it happens every year.
Yeah, I guess I don't understand why because normally these types of things do come for approval because there could be changes in in the amount, and that needs to come before the board. I'm just not quite understanding this.
I mean, if that's something that we need to take off, and if that particular portion is not approved, and we just need to continue to move forward, we'll bring it to the commissioners, then we'll continue that process.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to.
This is the first year that we've asked for this.
Yeah, I think I'd feel more comfortable hearing from budget and finance staff about that, because it just sounds like a different process. And I would definitely like to get more information from budget and fiscal staff, finance staff about that, because normally, we have to approve the budget every year, and then if there are going to be changes, the board is supposed to approve that.
Yes, ma'am. Understood.
Chair Jacobs, it's David Ades. Hope you're doing well. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Great. As far as the annual budget process goes, I think they're correct in that we collect information for each year during the budget process, a listing of the contracts that are moving forward. And what I believe would happen with this, for example, would be that IS&T would include this NetApp as one of their line items in the budgeted amount. Where I think more conversation could arise is where we need to cut budgets and reduce some expenses in future years. How would that impact some of these contracts going forward? That would be the main thing. But generally, the way these are handled is they're loaded individually in rows into each department's budgets at what we project to be the next fiscal year's amount.
So, go ahead.
And David, just to add to that, this actually is a line item within our operational budget. As we go through that cycle, we actually submit those budgetary quotes each year for all maintenance items, all maintenance renewal items.
So, Madam Chair, could I follow up?
I think you froze for a minute. Go ahead.
So I think what I'm hearing from staff is that we are, if the line item for these operational costs is in the budget, it's kind of baked into our budget renewal. Is that what you're saying, David?
Yes, Commissioner Reckow. It's essentially we ask the departments to put the line items, and then going forward, when you see the terms in the consent items, and we ask all departments to focus on this, using existing operating funds, the way Durham County budgets is we allow the departments to work within their budget for operational items to understand what that is. And if they say they have a contract that they had 10,000 more in, but it ends up being 10,000 less, that 10,000 may be shifted to a different contract that did go up in price. So we won't specifically look at that line item when this comes forward to see if NetApp was at this price, but we will expect the departments to manage within their existing budgeted funds.
Okay. And do we have some type, I'm trying to remember, there can be movement, I'm trying to remember, between funds of up to a certain amount. But within a fund, so within that operational fund, could, let's say this budget for this particular contract, when it's renewed next year, let's say it goes up $75,000. Which might be higher than the movement, but if there's enough money in the fund that we approved with the budget, that operational line item for IT, then they wouldn't have to bring it back to us or not. I'm just trying to understand that.
From the budget perspective, I would say the answer is correct. I would have to defer to our partners in finance and purchasing in regards to the contract increase, especially one that's significant.
Because there are some limits, going back to what the chair was raising. I think there's limits on the flexibility for a contract renewal, depending maybe on the amount of increase. But maybe Claudia could answer that, or someone else.
Good morning. Yeah, you are correct. There are some limitations. It is rare that you may see this type of language, and sometimes it's because it's for certain types of contracts that may be time sensitive. This one, not as much, but IS&T may know, based on the type of contract it is, that it may have to change, and it may have to change quickly. We did that last week for some contracts related to security, because during this phase, we may have some adjustments, and the dollars are in the budget and timing wise with it getting to the board. For ease, we can just take that language out and just go the traditional route and just work through it that way. That would be my recommendation.
It and how it's consistent with or different from what we normally do, and it's just that's all. I'm just trying to understand it, and you know, if you all are recommending this, that's fine. I just want to try to understand it.
Sure, absolutely. And as I said,
Yeah.
this, you won't find that kind of language on many contracts. We've only done it, we've done it a couple of times, and in those places that timing wise, it may have to shift, but we can follow up with IS&T to see if they do feel something may happen and it needs to shift before the next fiscal year, because sometimes we do have contracts and they do need to go up within that fiscal year. And sometimes it's time sensitive, and sometimes they are IT related. But
Yeah.
but we can circle back. That's not a problem.
Okay. Yeah, I think we've had several of these over the past. This is a different change in procedure or whatever. That's fine. I'm just trying to understand it. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager.
Item 577 is the Durham County Open Space Sesame Training Content and Classes, effectively about an additional $26,103 is being added to the Human Resources Open Sesame contract. And this is primarily to accommodate our full cybersecurity enterprise training education class. Any questions there?
I just have one question, Mr. Manager. It said that this is to accommodate additional seats. So I was just curious that how many people are going to be able to be served by this program? How many staff?
I will have to again yield to the IT and HR department, essentially, since they do all of the information security training.
This is Levon Garth. For the training, the additional licensing and seats that we're adding is for us to cover the entire county staff.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Item 587 is a land lease for 410 West Chapel Hill Street. Are there any questions there?
Mr. Manager, the only thing that I would raise, and it probably doesn't need to be dealt with right now, but after the pandemic's over and people are getting back to normal, There are sometimes issues with parking in the Brighton and surrounding area, and we might want to consider allowing for parking in the lot nights and weekends. You know, we have a policy of helping in the downtown to accommodate parking. Again, at this time, it may not be an issue, but I just hope that we'll be flexible and responsive to the needs of our businesses and citizens in the area as we get back to normal.
Okay, so noted.
Thank you.
I think that's a great idea, Commissioner Rakow. And I just wanted to note that I thought it was terrific that our staff will be able to walk over to the bus station. And I assume we'll be providing a Go Pass, Mr. Manager, for our employees for this. Is that correct?
Well, we have done that historically. We'll talk about the logistics of how it will work out going forward to the extent that Commissioner Rakow just raised that issue.
Right, but the way this is going to work is that people will go over to the bus station. The employees are supposed to be able to walk from the parking lot at 410 West Chapel Hill Street and walk over to the bus.
Madam Chair, you just blanked out, so I'm not sure that, well, I couldn't hear the rest of your question.
Oh boy. Can you hear me now?
Okay, you just came back in.
Okay. I think I'm having technical problems.
I think the gist of the simple answer to your question is yes, but again, we will have some internal discussions with staff about obviously this going forward. In light of the pandemic, a lot of things have, obviously changed, and part of that change is essentially understanding that, even after the pandemic is over, some of the things that we have learned heretofore is just about, our work patterns, commute patterns, and all of those things. And so if we find it necessary, yes, we perhaps will. But, as I've said to some of the senior level staff, given the things that we have learned and looking at, work at home and stay at home patterns, I do believe that there is a percentage of our workforce who can very effectively get their jobs done from home. And so obviously in concert with some of our environmental goals and looking at how we cut down on our carbon footprint, hopefully this will allow us to have less of this new work environment, will allow us to have less of an impact. But as we move forward, yes, if there is a need for us to look at Go Passes in this space, we will have an internal discussion with staff and talk about, what that in fact may look like, to the extent that, a number of things have changed and we learned a whole host of new things in this pandemic environment. Thank you.
I think you didn't hear what I said, unfortunately. My point was that the plan that's in the AAF is that our staff who park in this parking lot, anybody who uses the parking lot will be able to walk over to the bus station, hop on a bus that goes every 15 minutes down Main Street to get to the Health and Human Services building. And I just wanted to compliment Perry and all of our staff who've worked on it. Tobin, I don't know if you were a part of that because I saw you come on for a minute, but I just thought that was a fantastic plan to be able to use transit to help us with the parking lot. So Tobin, I think you wanted to say something.
I just want to let you know that we ordered significantly more Go Passes for this coming year in anticipation that more people would be taking the bus. Of course, that was pre-COVID. So, that's challenging, as the manager mentioned, for people to be taking the bus right now. But that is, all employees are offered Go Passes all the time anyway. We've been doing that for many, many years. So that certainly will be available for employees who want to take the bus.
Thank you. Commissioner Recap.
One follow-up thing to think about, Tobin and I guess Heidi, the person on our bike head commission, represents the county on there. But as I read it, my thought was, well, if they just missed the bus, they might have to wait 15 minutes. Then they have to get on a bus and take 8 minutes or so to get over to the building. Another option, and it's something that we had, but now we don't have, when the bike share came into downtown, of course, it was popular for a while and then they all went away. I would actually recommend that the Bike Head Commission look again at the need for availability of shared bikes in the downtown core, because it would be perfect for an instance like this. This is a pretty short hop over, and someone could bike it in 6-7 minutes and be done with it. So if we had a station where people could get bikes in that immediate area, probably right at the transit station would be the most logical thing. And then another one down near the county complex. So anyway, I just feel like this is an idea that needs to be revisited. Obviously, the bikes that just could be parked anywhere in downtown, it ends up not working out. But many cities still have the fixed stations where you can go and get a bike and use it. So just wanted to raise that.
Thank you.
Hey, Heidi has come on.
I came on for no real reason, other than to say, yeah, let's always do everything we can to make biking and rolling in whatever fashion, walking easier. We do have the scooters still, so they're an option. I don't necessarily see bike share coming back based on some of the conversations I've heard at the BPAC meetings and some transportation meetings, but one never knows.
Are there any other comments regarding this particular item? Hearing none, we will move to item 593, which is the purchase of real property, lot 22 at Electra Road. Any questions regarding this particular item? Hearing none, we will move to 594. And that's obviously Electra Road also. Are there any questions there? Item 597 is a approval of the final budget for McFarland Farm Conservation Easement. And that's in the amount of $296,173 from PAYGO funds. Are there any questions there?
I just wanted to applaud our staff, Jane, our open space and real estate staff, for your great work, your continued great work. We have 19 farms that have had protections now in Durham County, 2,268 acres protected, and 5 more in process. And again, I just want to applaud you, Jane, and your staff for going after these federal grants, being successful in getting them. And also, I'm grateful for all of the farmers and landowners that we have in Durham County that really want to protect their land and, you know, keep it in farming and helps protect our water quality. So I'm grateful to the McFarlands. This is a bargain sale. Mm-hmm. They are part of the value of their property they're donating to the community. And so I want to hold that up and appreciate that. Commissioner Reckow.
Well, I also I have to say, I was doing some cleaning out of files over the weekend and found the file on farmland preservation. We approved the program in the summer of 1999. So it's been in place for just over 20 years. So we've been averaging saving about 100 acres a year, I guess, over 100 acres a year, because we're up over 2,000. And what is so terrific is our staff has leveraged the county investment by getting these great federal grants. So kudos to the staff for doing a great job.
Thank you. Thank you. And I want to give a specific shout out when we're talking about the staff to Celeste Burns in the open space division. She works very, very closely with these landowners. And as Chair Jacobs had mentioned, while the staff works hard on getting the grant funds, this is a program that exists entirely because of the long-term vision and strength of belief of our landowners and their desire to ensure that their farms, their rural lands remain in that capacity as undeveloped land for perpetuity. So it really exists on the vision of our landowners in Durham County.
And Jane, I just want to mention, we could not see the maps and the photos in our agenda material just for the our upcoming meeting.
Yes, the clerk notified me this morning, and I think the correct attachments have now been added on, and I apologize for that. So.
Great. I always like looking at those. Well, thank you, Celeste, because you know, my previous background is I worked in land conservation real estate, and I know we called it porch sitting. You have to do a lot of porch sitting, and it's building relationships.
I enjoy that very much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So thank you. Yeah. Thank you all.
Are there any other questions regarding that item or comments? Hearing none, we will move to item 598, which is essentially a budget ordinance amendment that is transferring dollars into our capital finance program in the amount of $411,927. Are there any questions there?
Mr. Manager, I have one question around clarification, Madam Chair. Can you explain what Fund 125, what does that mean?
Commissioner Howerton, this is Keith Lane. That is our capital financing plan. That is the fund where we move money from that fund to our debt service fund to support annual debt service payments for capital projects.
So when you say 125, that's a capital financing fund?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I just couldn't figure out what that meant. And now I see where it's stated capital. I read through it and still couldn't figure it out, and it's right there. Thank you.
That numerical number is more for our history in the future if someone tries to read this. The number is more for administration to understand. That's the general ledger number we use for that fund, that number.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Keith, while you're on here, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this typical that we end up doing this at this time of the year?
Yes, ma'am. It is very typical. The sad thing is it's not nearly as much as we normally over-collect. So when we budget sales tax, we hope to over-collect sales tax. We did not over-collect for 1920 in Article 39 and Article 42 sales tax, which are point of sale due to a slower economy. However, we did over-collect in Article 40 sales tax, which is this $411,000 that we're moving per capital financing plan policy. But yes, ma'am, to answer your question simply, we do this annually, hopefully because we've done better than expected in collecting sales tax revenue.
Mhm. So what happens when we've under collected like we did in the occupancy tax and 42? I was quite concerned to see that just between, by the end of the fiscal year, end of June, when we were just really into the first part of the pandemic, we were already $827,525 under in occupancy tax. And so between the two, the Article 42 and the occupancy, we're almost $1 million under in
we over collected a little bit in Article 40, and I think we over collected a little bit in our property tax estimate for Fund 125. David, I see, has popped on the line. He may know the numbers a little more directly than I do. Fundamentally, what happens if we collect less, we have less to transfer to the debt service fund. So we transferred a little less to the debt service fund, but thankfully we had over budgeted a little bit in expenditures in the debt service fund. So to sum it up, it all sort of washed out in the end, that it didn't negatively affect us. Although if it happens another year or two, then we could potentially have problems. David, anything you want to add?
I was just going to address the marked decrease in occupancy tax. The problem with that is, even though the pandemic only affected 4 months, essentially 3 months of FY 2019-20, the drastic effect on occupancy tax, just due to the hotel occupancy, was just so marked. In fact, I've been trading some emails over the weekend with Susan Amy, the Discover Durham, and to say the least, we're still not optimistic in the short term. And she's working closely with what she calls the hoteliers to try to start projecting when they are starting to feel a little bit optimistic. But that was simply the last 4 months of last year was just devastating to our occupancy tax. We were on, in fact, Keith, if I remember correctly, when we did our initial projection in January for occupancy tax, we were sailing right along to the point where we were going to increase it quite a bit.
And
Thank you. Commissioner Recco.
And so we, for instance, we dedicate about $500,000, I know, goes to offset debt at the Museum of Life and Science. So that all needs to now be possibly filled in with other revenues.
Potentially, yes, ma'am.
We do there's a formula of when the 500,000 kicks in. And if I remember right, we're still at the point where we're still projecting that 500,000 will be there to support the NCMLS this year. That being said, with some of the information I received over the weekend, we'll have to start looking closely at that.
Yeah. And the city faces a big gap because they use a full 1% of the tax, which is more than 500,000. I think it's over $1 million, to pay for the debt on the Performing Arts Center. We raise the occupancy tax countywide, and that funds that for the Performing Arts Center.
Occupancy tax supports capital financing plan, and it also supports the sports commission.
So it has a variety of uses. There's different segments of it doing different things. So
yeah,
definitely has implications.
Yes. So I just wanted to make note of that. All right. Thank you all so much.
The next item on our agenda is item 600. It's another budget ordinance amendment to appropriate $100,000 of general fund balance to offset some unplanned expenses at the youth home. Are there any questions there?
Commissioner Recco.
So I just want to understand, for counties that don't have youth homes, are they in the same boat for paying for out of county placement? Because there they have to do entirely out of county placement. for their children if they don't have a youth home. So how does that work?
Good morning, commissioners. This is Angela Nunn from the Youth Home. How are you all?
Good.
Great. Yes, the counties that do not have detention facilities have to pay for those services. I do not know what those fees are because we don't communicate with the other counties who do not have detention services. But yes, they are responsible for paying those bills.
But is it, because what I'm trying to get at is I thought that it's a shared cost, maybe 50% local, 50% state.
Yes.
So my question is, for us not having capacity in our youth home, are we then paying 50% share and the state's kicking in the other 50% for these out of county placements? Is that the way it works?
Yes.
Okay. That wasn't entirely clear in the write-up. That's helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one quick question, Angela. So FEMA does not provide any funding for the youth home. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Hi, Angela. Good to see you.
You as well, Commissioner Jacobs.
Yeah, I have a question for you. I can't imagine how challenging it must be for you over there right now. Do we have any out of county placements inside of our youth home now?
We currently have one out of county juvenile that we've had in our facility for over a year and a half.
Wow. And is that because of raised the age and they're awaiting a trial?
They have been bound over to Superior Court and is awaiting adult charges in Superior Court.
Okay. And how is it going with you? I know you've got 70% reduced capacity, but now that you've got raised the age, you've got the older youth there, and some of them are been charged with some very serious charges. How are you managing to keep those youth separate from some of the other ones who obviously have not been accused of those types of things? How is that going for you?
It is challenging. It has always been challenging even before raise the age because of the size of the facility. But with the reduced capacity rate, we do have a little more ability to separate those juveniles from the others.
Yeah.
But it is challenging, but we make it work because we have to.
Right. Okay. So are you prioritizing still county residents now? Because we used to take out of county, but it seems like, unfortunately, between, I think, two things. One is raise the age, but also we're seeing, unfortunately, those of us have been in conversations with the Gang Reduction Task Force and other settings that there's been an increase in our older youth being involved in gun violence. So is that, are we able to prioritize county youth?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It has always been critical that we maintain our own juveniles in our facility whenever possible. So with the constraints that we have with the reduced population, Durham County has always been given priority.
Okay. So, and I guess I would just ask our budget staff if, when this comes back to us next week, if we could, we had asked if we could have kind of a big picture with COVID related funding. And, this to me is COVID related partly because we have to reduce the size of our youth home by 70%. and that is impacting the capacity. And so now we have this extra expense of $100,000 that we have to take out of the general fund. So I think it would be helpful if this is given to us within the context of COVID related funding, and also tracking how much we're taking out of the general fund. Do you remember? I guess maybe you put it together, Keith. I don't know. We had at one of our previous meetings, it was a chart that showed all of the allocations that we've been making and where the money's coming from. I don't know who put it together, but it was helpful. And if we could have this within that context as well, so we can be keeping track of this stuff. Do you know what I'm referring to, Keith?
Yes, ma'am. We have a sheet where we keep up, and we've shown you, and we show administration on a regular basis, anything related to COVID funding that's a budget amendment that's come before the board and has been approved. And there's several different types of funding that has been approved. There's fund balance approval for use. There's things, grants that were COVID related, direct grants to departments. And then there's the big CRF funding, that $8+ million we've talked about, and distribution of that. So we have kept up with that. We have not made individual decisions about what should be supported by FEMA or anything like that. That is not something that our sheets have shown.
Right, but this is going to come out of fund balance, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So when it comes back to us for approval, if we could see it in that chart that we saw before that shows what are these COVID related expenses that we've approved, and then where the money has come from, so that we can track that. Commissioner Reckow?
So I agree. For next meeting, our regular meeting next week, it would be good to show where we are on our appropriations out of fund balance, that running total.
Okay.
Thanks.
David, you want to add?
One real quick point I hope to make. I just want to make clear, this youth home increase, while it is ancillary related to COVID, I believe it's determined at this point that it's unlikely to be a reimbursable expense. So I just want to make sure what Keith and our office have been tracking is more the reimbursable, the specific, very specific COVID type amendments. We can try to compile that with an overall fund balance appropriation as best we can, which I think is what you're asking for.
Right, but I think it's helpful, particularly for explaining where we are later, and for the new incoming board to see, maybe have another column that these are non-reimbursable but related COVID expenses, because we wouldn't necessarily have to send these young people out of the county if we didn't have to reduce the capacity of the youth home. So
very well, we'll work.
Understood. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Howard, Tim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question for Angela about your staff and mental health. With what's going on right now around the pandemic, having to lower the amount of individuals, I'd like to hear a little bit about what's happening as far as the mental health and care of the staff. What's happening around that? Can you share a little bit about it?
Sure. The mental health capacity of our residents is quite okay. We do have mental health professionals and our psychologist, Williams, who comes out to the facility to work with our juveniles. So we're paying close attention to their mental health behavior, but we've always done that. As it relates to staff, we encourage staff to continue to take leave when it's needed. And if they're not feeling well, do not report to work. I don't have a radar on how staff is dealing with it, other than staff being ill due to COVID-related illnesses or medical issues. And we've had quite a bit of that this past year. So we just try to encourage them to take personal time when needed. And they are taking the leave. It is stressful, but it's stressful for everyone who's working in a environment such as this. And
yeah, it's such a small space.
Yeah.
That I'm just wondering how people are coping with all the stressors that's going on right now.
Yes. We're managing, we take time when it's needed. We encourage employees to talk with us if there are any sensitive or special needs that they may have, to see if we can accommodate those needs. But it is trying, but we are managing that. And I think the staff have been here for many years, and a lot of them have learned how to cope in this environment. But it is stressful.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you, Angela. You have been at the helm at the youth home for so long. And I hope that the idea of we're going to talk about later on in the agenda of the new building is something that is exciting for you and for all the staff to really look forward to.
It really is.
Yes.
Yes, because it will have a mental health Zen room for staff. So that when they're on duty, they will have the capability to step back and relax and breathe. Yeah. I'm excited about it.
Wonderful.
Long time coming.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The next item on our agenda is item 607, which is another budget ordinance amendment to appropriate $50,000 in general fund balance for the county's renewable energy plan. Are there any questions there? The next item is item 608, which is a capital project amendment in the amount of $40,000 in debt service fund balance for the new youth home project.
Commissioner Rakow.
So I just wanted to raise something on the project. I think I may have raised it when we had the presentation about the design of the building and grounds, but I just want to, because I can't remember what was said. As I was thinking about the youth home and trying to provide more constructive support activities for our youth, etc. I just wanted to raise the issue, and I think I might have, in terms of the outdoor environment, whether, for example, there could be any garden space where youth could be involved with perhaps growing a vegetable garden or whatever. I may have raised that. And then the other thing that came to mind, again, I was cleaning out files and on my crime cabinet notes, which go on and on. We had a wonderful presentation 2-3 years ago that I think Wanda Boone helped to bring in, Down East program, where they have kind of a maker lab situation for youth that have had a brush with the law, where they learn how to make certain things. And it's really been transformative for the youth. So I was just curious, are we incorporating any things where there's outlets for doing constructive type activities that might be positive for the youth? If we could just find out about that.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Perry Manns, Deputy Director for County Engineering. I do recall you mentioning that at our last presentation.
Right.
And I know Angela Nunn had a few specific comments about visioning and sort of what they were intending to incorporate in the new facility. The space, we do have, appropriate classroom settings and things like that to allow, I guess, sort of flexible arrangements or I guess, different uses within the building to kind of adhere to what you're suggesting. So we will certainly look at that. Maker labs, things like that, that has a tendency to fall more on the equipment side and, what can be provided. And so staff was taking that to heart, and we'll definitely take a hard look at that and try to incorporate some of those things in the future.
I think it's important. They say it's just good for kind of the spirit, the soul to particularly be outside a little bit and do something in the outdoors, but even inside, to have a positive, constructive outlet, almost like a hobby. So just want to throw it out, particularly for someone who, this youth that Angela said's been in the youth home for 1.5 years. That's a long time. And for young people, having something positive to do just might really be therapeutic. So please think about that.
Duly noted, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to say that I'm very excited about this project and the fact that this is going to be one of our buildings that's going to come under the real push towards sustainability. And so, Perry, I'm so excited that you all are looking at geothermal and doing some things that we haven't done before. Very exciting. And the fact that it is a 24-hour building, as you noted in the AAF. So, 24-hour facility. And of course, we have the same thing with the detention center, but these are our two, I guess, 24-hour facilities where people are living. So, so I'm super excited about that. I'm glad you all are looking at that.
Yes, ma'am. And Commissioner Jacobs, we hope to bring you guys a design development update next month at the work session. So you'll hear even more about the project at that time.
Yeah,
So.
Yeah, it's great. It really fits in with our, renewable energy plan and for us to be a model for others.
Absolutely.
So yes, thank you.
Well, any other questions regarding that particular item? Hearing none, Madam Chairman, that concludes our consent agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we have a number of discussion items, and our first discussion item today is very exciting. Quarterly update on the Durham County Early Childhood Action Plan. And I know we have a long list of people who are here with us today. I saw Barker French pop up, and he's the chair of the Durham Children's Initiative. David Reese, who's the executive director. Bonnie DeLong, I hope I'm saying that correctly. Early Childhood Action Plan coordinator. And Kate Elander, who's our early childhood coordinator. So thank you all so much for being with us today.
Good. Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to share an update on the development of Durham County's Early Childhood Action Plan. We have a very talented project team and many community partners working on the plan. And despite the challenges of COVID, we are on schedule and on budget. You have a detailed memo on the ECAP project, so we'll highlight the key updates in the first 10 minutes of our time. The remaining time will be available for your questions. I'll now turn it over to David Reese, President and CEO of the Durham Children's Initiative. David?
Thank you, Barker. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you so much for allowing us this opportunity to come just update you on the progress of Durham's Early Childhood Action Plan. As you probably recall, we launched the action plan, the process, in February of 2020, and then COVID just changed our world. COVID changed our world. We slowed down for a bit, and then we really moved into a phase, which I'm just so proud of, which is where we really began to be very intentional about how we used our new virtual reality. And with that virtual reality, we decided to go ahead and continue to move forward. It was imperative that we not stop the process. We had several conversations with community members, also with Commissioner Reckow, about how to navigate through the COVID process, the impacts of COVID, as well as the George Floyd murder. I think some of the takeaways for us through some of those conversations was really, this was an opportunity for Durham to go ahead and continue to lead, also recognizing some of the disparities that COVID has uncovered regarding communities that are marginalized. In June, we hired a ECAP manager and then moved everything to a virtual platform. Got super excited here. Over 100 stakeholders from child and family serving agencies across the county are engaged back in the process. Remember, there are the 4 areas of needs and assessments and reports that in each one of them have a work group, and they are now working consistently back on virtual platforms. Community engagement also has been central to the work. They're engaged and passionate community members are participating in the virtual work groups. We have a parent survey that's been widely shared across the county. And this was the survey and the engagement back of broader Durham County was a desire that had been just requested, not only from you all, but also from other community members as we just began talking about ECAP back throughout Durham. To date, we have over 540 responses just from online surveys. And what we plan to continue to do are to engage more Durham residents through focus groups and other digital mediums. And I think lastly, as Barker mentioned, we are on track and on budget to provide these high priority recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners in February or March of 2021. You go to the next slide, please. This is just a reminder of the framework. You see the 4 groups which are there. We begin to start the conversations and with these work groups, really thinking about how to propose the recommendations, how the proposed recommendations will begin to take shape in about November. I think after November, we'll be much more comfortable, I think, talking with more clarity around some of the developing recommendations. We've also begun some of the conversations around the braided funding strategies, both with Duke Endowment as well as the Oak Foundation. We're going to continue some of those other conversations. Additionally, we're planning to have some new conversations with PNC Bank as well as Duke Energy. As you recall, the braided funding strategy is a strategy that we are very, very excited about, thinking really about how to move from planning through recommendations and then to a phase of implementation. Can you go to the next slide, please? This is my favorite slide. We talked about ECAP and how ECAP, this planning process really could encompass all aspects of our community. You know, in my perfect world, I would look back and I would talk to a parent who would look at our recommendations and say, I see my 2 sentences back in those recommendations, and that they would be part of the process. Over 100 participants across the 4 work groups are represented. As you will see the county agencies there. You'll also see the municipal agencies there. The major hospitals and academic institutions are also engaged, in addition to our nonprofit community. Super excited here that we have community-based organizations which are connected. And in addition to really thinking about reaching out to some non-traditional community groups as well. And so we have a doulas group which are connected back into the process. There are elected officials as well as then over 20 community members who are just passionate about creating the Early Childhood Action Plan. As I mentioned earlier, we're going to move beyond even the 540 survey participants, and then also look at how to continue to engage this community, the Durham community, back in this process through some of the focus groups, and really then also leveraging our new virtual reality. Talking about our virtual reality, this is one of the areas where I think we're really excited that we've been able to, I think, successfully navigate our new virtual world and then really redefine what engagement in a virtual world can look like. So I really look forward to the next couple of months. Next slide, please. Here's our timeline. And as you look at our timeline, just to give you some markers here, we're still doing the needs and assets assessments. And then we're going to go ahead and set some targets. Our governing body is meeting this afternoon. And so they're right on target as well. We should go ahead and finish the year really with gathering some and prioritizing some of the recommendations and really also beginning to have more of those conversations with the philanthropic community as we move into January, February, and March. Next slide, please. I want to thank you all. I know this was quick. I wanted to make sure that I allotted enough time for questions. As I mentioned before, we're super excited. I think we've figured out how to navigate through a COVID environment, how to begin to engage the community in a variety of different ways. I think innovation has just been, I think, really the key here. But also there's an excitement as the community really begins to hear about what a potential plan can look like. This is, I think, helped to be the driving force for us being able to move forward collectively. Any questions, thoughts?
Well, thank you, David. And it is very exciting to know that you all are moving forward, even during COVID, and that you are on budget, on track to actually bring us back a plan in February, and that we will be the first county in North Carolina to have an early childhood action plan. Is fantastic. And I'm thrilled that we've got Kate helping us. I think one of my questions is, are you also going to involve our new ACES and resilience coordinator and also bring in our racial equity officer as well?
Yes, great question there. Both Kate as well as Bonnie are back on the call, and I would encourage them to chime in some of the responses. But in terms of the racial equity officer, yes, we have engaged that aspect of the county structure. For us as well, I think there's the efforts to engage the county officer there, as well as I think other equity leaders and thought partners from back within the community. That's critical for the success, I think, of the plan. But Bonnie, Kate, any thoughts?
Yeah, thank you, David. And hi, everyone. Thanks for the time this morning. We were fortunate enough to meet with Quayle during her first month and just kind of learning about her process to think about setting up a framework and thinking about racial equity across the whole county. So we are meeting with her again in a few weeks here to kind of see how her progress is moving and make sure if there are recommendations she is putting forth as well, that we can tie our early childhood action plan recommendations back to hers and make sure we're integrated in that way. So that's how we've been involved with her so far. And Jess Bousquet, the new ACES and resilience coordinator, is on our Safe and Nurtured work group, one of the work groups. And so she has been a wonderful partner in the process.
Great, fantastic.
And I'd just like to add, I think one of the things that's most exciting to me about the ECAP process so far is the intentional work that's being done to leverage all of the ongoing work that's happening at the county and in the community in the early childhood space. When I started in this role for the county, I spent a lot of time just getting up to speed on all of the work that was happening in our community. And I just think this ECAP work is moving forward as intentionally as possible to leverage that work. Bonnie currently has a huge spreadsheet with all of the recommendations from various reports that have come out in the past year or two, including the Racial Equity Task Force report, the Early Childhood, the North Carolina Early Childhood Foundation's action framework, et cetera, just to bring all of that to these committees so that they're steeping themselves in the important work that has already been done to think about how to strengthen our early childhood system. So that has been something that's very important to me, and I think that has been going pretty well.
Thank you. Commissioner Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, David and Bacher, all of you that are working on this important initiative. My question is, you mentioned that over 500 is the surveys, parent surveys. Do you have any analysis about what results you received from the parent analysis, parent surveys? Do you have any information about what did that ground you in?
Good deal. Bonnie?
Yeah, so the survey is still open right now. CCFP is helping us analyze the results of those surveys. So we will be meeting with the work groups over the next few weeks here and sharing initial results with them. So unfortunately, the analysis is still underway, and it's a lot of just understanding people's experiences with the systems and barriers to accessing services as they relate to the 10 ECAP goal areas outlined in the governor's plan and how it relates here in Durham. But we have some open-ended questions as well around parents' perceptions of the strengths of the early childhood system here in Durham, the challenges they've had raising young children, things like that. So there's a lot of interpretation that's going into it as well. So we unfortunately don't have results to share yet, but those will be publicly available soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Carter.
Thanks. Boy, this is just a fantastic chance for us to hear the progress you guys are making. And it's so very, very encouraging that this work that has the potential to have great impact in improving people's lives in Durham by focusing in on the early childhood system is going so well, especially in this time of COVID. I mean, we all talk about how difficult it is to do the systems change that we know we need to do, the cross-sector collaboration, to have, I can only imagine your wall, Bonnie, with the intersection of all the different goals and things from all the different plans that Kate described. But it's just very, very encouraging to hear that things are going as well as they are for you all, and that this plan is really advancing. The development of the plan is advancing, you know, on target and on budget. And I just think that this is perhaps the county's Board of Commissioners' top priority. I don't know. It's certainly one of my top priorities, and I feel like that's pretty much a shared feeling among our board. And I'm just so grateful that for the work that you all are doing and that you're making really good progress. And so one question I just had about sort of how to continue to center community voices, especially during a pandemic, when oftentimes we're relying on virtual reality, like you called it, David. I like that, virtual reality. Have you all considered the community ambassador kind of model that some of our other planners are using to develop sort of the transportation plan and the comprehensive plan and some of these other large system planning efforts are using this, you know, hiring people from the trusted people from the community to try to help center the voices. Is that anything that you all are considering? Just wondering.
Bonnie, can you talk some about our recruitment strategy and how it's worked thus far, but also some of the next steps for us?
Sure. Yes. Yeah, this is such an important question. So I really appreciate it, Commissioner Carter. So we had reached out to trusted kind of community leaders. We have folks who are co-chairing the 4 work groups as well, who are trusted community leaders, and then had reached out to those folks to help us identify community members who could be advocates and serving on these work groups. And we are compensating folks for their time, knowing that many of the work group participants are salaried employees of, you know, early childhood services, and wanted to make sure we're valuing community members' time, just knowing they're this is a passion kind of project for many folks. So that's one way that we're going about that. But a next step for us, as we gather all of these surveys back in, we then are going to be allowing the work groups to then think through, what are the areas where we need to dig deeper and gather additional perspectives, and how can we go about doing that creatively? So I think that's one community ambassador model is kind of one option there. We also do have some budget set aside for focus groups to bring folks together and have targeted conversations. And then we're thinking creatively too, just about, it can be hard to have folks signing on to virtual focus groups, or, we have folks who are coming to our virtual work group meetings themselves, but thinking through, using Facebook platforms and just ways to kind of crowdsource information. There are basic needs distributions happening across Durham for diapers and food, and how can we meet parents where they're at? So I think that's what we're tasking the work groups with right now, and I'm providing support behind the scenes with Kate, is to help us all think creatively about community engagement, and open to all models. So would love to learn more about the community ambassador model that you're referring to.
Sounds like you guys are on it. That really is great. Very, very widespread, comprehensive account you just provided, and it's excellent. Sounds really good. Let us know what we can learn from what you all are doing and what you're learning. That can be shared in other ways too.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Reckow.
I'd just like to say that I've been really impressed with the way this has gelled, and the kickoff has been so smooth and positive, and we're making very steady progress. I really want to commend David and Bonnie and the staff at EDCI for their careful planning, and then they're leveraging the great resources that the counties brought together in the past year. So Kate is just a huge asset to the process. Her wealth of knowledge is super, and Bonnie's leaning on her a lot. And then Jess, who was just hired, she jumped right in, and she is actively engaged on the Safe and Nurturing Task Force, and brings a lot of experience. And then we have Quelly, who is helping on the whole racial equity issue. So we have in place just kind of the perfect dynamics where we now on the county side can lend so much extra support. And I also want to rave particularly about Ben Rose. He is showing real leadership on the Safe and Nurturing Task Force in terms of leading up the effort around the foster care piece and some of the other indicators that are directly related to social services, and in just showing real dedication to the cause. So the county is holding up its and it's part of the bargain. And then EDCI is providing tremendous leadership. So very good process so far.
Thank you, Commissioner Reckow. Madam Chair, I just also would like to just take a moment to just give, like, we call them a toots back at DCI to both Bonnie and Kate during this process. And so we're really excited that Kate's been able to be part of this process, and super excited to continue to work with her as we move from a planning phase and then hopefully into a level of implementation.
Well, thank you all. And I agree with all the comments that have been said, that it does feel like even though we're in the middle of a pandemic, that there's could be nothing really more important that we're working on. And I'm really proud of our board for championing this, for investing in this, all the positions that we have funded, and the priority that we have put on early childhood. And as you said, David, the pandemic has only made more transparent the disparities that we have, the racial and economic disparities. And so it's going to be really important that this stays a priority with so many other needs that we have, that we keep investing in our children, We know right now that women have been the biggest group impacted by the pandemic, that nationwide, it's been over 900,000 women who have left the workforce. And that there's so many women that just, they have to stay home now. They can't work outside of the home even because they're busy trying to support their children with virtual learning. And so everything we can do to support our families from the beginning. And I want to mention about 10 days ago, Kate and Drew and Linda Chappelle, Ellie Erickson, and I had a follow-up meeting with Duke leadership, Stephanie Williams and Elaine Madsen. Really great conversation because we had missed our tour that we were supposed to have had in March for Reach Out and Read and our Durham pre-K. But that was a great discussion, of course, what the things that we have in Durham with Family Connects and Healthy Steps and Reach Out and Read and so many of the foundation that we do have and how we connect everything. But we did learn from that conversation that early childhood is going to be a priority for Duke. So that was a really great thing to learn. And so, as you said, David, I'm great to hear about braiding together the public and private partnership and strengthening those relationships. And we know nobody does that better than the Durham Children's Initiative. So you all have really led the way on that, and so excited about your role in that as well. Okay, and Commissioner Hill, I just didn't know if there's anything you wanted to add to the conversation.
No, I'm just grateful for all the efforts that have been done for the children in Durham. Thank you.
Great. So please let us know how we can help in any way. And thank you all so much. And I guess when will we hear back from you all again? Will it actually be February when you come back with the draft?
I believe February, March is when
okay.
we'll come back. If you would like an update before then, we'll be more than happy to just update you and kind of bring you along in the process. This is a tremendous process that we're super excited about because I think Durham has this opportunity to lead and allow other communities to see this is the process that you can take. And so it really also positions the county in the forefront of thinking about how we address the needs of not just young children, but all children. So, Madam Chair, so thank you so much, Commissioners.
Yeah.
We truly appreciate your support.
Well, you don't have to come back and do another presentation. We don't want you to take your time away. I mean, you can always send us an email or a memo if you feel like you need to. That will be fine. Okay. And then we'll see you back with your plan in February or March. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next item on our agenda is a report from the Recovery and Renewal Task Force coming back as they had promised to give us a report on the communications plan and for the final portion of the funding for this plan. And I saw Susan there for a minute. Susan Amy, thank you so much for being with us. Hey, Susan, thank you so much. So we have Susan Amy, CEO of Discover Durham, and Ryan Smith, the Recovery and Renewal Task Force staff leadership here with us today.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for having us to provide this update. As you will recall, back in the summer as we were, the Recovery and Renewal Task Force were getting started, we concluded that a very important part of this initiative was a public communication campaign to encourage Durham residents to follow the health and safety practices that were put in place. And we also established a website backonthebull.com, along with checklists and health and safety guidance for our local businesses to sign on to. And then the website allows residents to go on and identify which businesses meet their needs and have promised to follow the health and safety guidelines. The campaign was established to develop awareness throughout the community and to point people to that website, and also to keep them updated on what's been going on and what, as a community, we ask of people. We divided the communications campaign into 3 phases. There was an early phase in the summer as we were getting started and ramping up. And then we intended it to run through December 31st. Back when we presented this in the summer, I think we were all thinking and hoping perhaps that by the time we got to November and December, this would all be a distant memory and it was not going to be necessary to keep going with all these communications. And unfortunately, that is clearly not the case. You all, when we presented this to you in the summer, you were very supportive, and we appreciate that. You asked us to come back for the 3rd phase of funding. I expect we all wanted to see what was happening and what was really going to be needed. We feel very strongly that we need to continue this campaign to continue awareness, and especially as we move into the holiday season where we know we are, I think, all concerned on a national as well as a local level with what the effect will be of the colder months and people gathering for the holidays. So we would like to make sure that we have continued the campaign as was planned through the end of December. And that's why we're here to give you an update on what we've done and ask for the approval of the final portion of the funding. If you would go on to the next slide, please. Actually, 2 slides, one more. As a reminder, the original campaign goals were to reach everyone in Durham and many people in the Triangle area multiple times through the remainder of this year. We wanted to increase the awareness of the initiative, and we want to point people to that website because that's where they will find the information about what businesses are participating and what's being asked of them. Our projection was that we'd reach about 9.6 million in advertising impressions, or the number of times people saw the message. And we wanted to make sure that we had a particular focus on the audiences that were being most impacted. And while this is still somewhat the case, it was especially dire during the summer where the Hispanic community was seeing a much larger level of transmission of the virus. We have had a huge focus on, I will say, its equity and inclusiveness. It's sad to talk about that in conjunction with the virus, but we have been very sensitive to making sure that we're reaching all parts of our community and all demographics within the Durham community. And everything that we've done pretty close has been in both English and Spanish across all different channels. And then in addition to the paid media, which is what this campaign was focused on, we've been supplementing this with Discover Durham's channels, the city's channels. All the partners that are a part of this have been leveraging this information and the messaging across their own social channels where they can. Next slide. This just gives you an idea of all the different media channels that we're using, the print, social media, digital, and the months that it's been running. This gives you a little bit of information about where it's strongest. There's a lot of strategy that's gone into this, and I won't dive into all those details, but as an example, we anticipate around the holidays that people are likely to be driving and more and visiting friends and relatives in the area. So we wanted to increase our focus on billboard advertising, for example. We wanted to get as much attention as quickly as possible when this campaign started. So you can see that we, in August and September in particular, we had some particularly strong media months. But this just gives you a rough overview of when these different channels have run. Next slide, please. And then there's one for each one of the different media channels. This is print media to give you, and I know there were questions about which media channels we would use, and it's been an incredibly broad campaign. So print allows us to target very specific, I'll say niche audiences more so than broadcast media, for example, but this gives you an idea of some of the print media we've used. Next slide. This would give you the social media channels, and we have done these in English and Spanish, and you can see some examples of this, some of the creative throughout this PowerPoint. Next slide. In digital, we have, as you can see, a number of different things that we've used. Display ads on Google Display Network. We've used retargeting ads. For those of you that may not be familiar with that, you have probably recognized that you visit a website and then you go somewhere else and see an ad for something from the website that you just visited. That's a retargeting ad, so we've used that technique. And then we've used the digital assets of some of the print publications like the Herald Sun and Spectacular. Next slide. We have been very creative in the use of television and across 3 different channels. And I say creative because, as you, I'm sure, all know, in this season of campaign advertising, ad space is extremely expensive in television right now. But we've managed to work with the stations who've been very supportive and not only had some spots running, but also used their digital assets and have engaged with them a great deal in PR also, which we're going to get to in just a second. Next slide. We've had some video that has run, and we won't go through this right now, but you're welcome to look at it if you'd like later on. But what we wanted to do is normalize people wearing masks and being out in public. We wanted to encourage people to get out and visit Durham businesses, just do so safely. And so we collected a lot of images to demonstrate that. Next slide. And this gives you a little bit of a, no, there you go. Outdoor, thank you. A little bit of idea on some of the outdoor and other ways that we've tried to reach people, and these can be some of the most effective. In addition to some billboards, we've also done advertising on the buses in Spanish and English. We did a bilingual water bill insert in the fall. And then we've got a number of printed materials. There were printed flyers that have gone up, and hopefully you've all seen the printed signs and businesses around Durham. We've got coasters and pins and stickers and all kinds of things that have been part of this. Next slide. This gives you the advertising impressions. As you recall from the beginning, our target was to get to 9.6 million, and we're projecting that we'll be, if we can complete phase 3, that we will be close to 12 million in impressions over time. We loaded heavily in what we call phase 1B, which was late summer into early fall. And then we've been working to maintain awareness since then. Next slide. This is the remaining advertising. So this is just for the month of December. With if we're given the funding that is needed, we will continue to be in all of these different channels. So we are not narrowing it down too much. Next slide. One of the measures of success is making sure that we're getting people to the website, and you can see what the pattern has been of that. And we've seen steady visits to the website. I would say these are not huge numbers, but we have also pushed this across other channels as well. And we are seeing some steady visits to the website. Next slide. These are the page views on the website, which is also an important metric to see when people go onto the website. We watch to see how many pages they're visiting, and getting people to engage across the whole thing to learn more about businesses and what's going on has been important. Next slide. And I've been really pleased with the PR coverage that we've managed to get. This campaign has been innovative. And I think you know that while there's been a statewide campaign called Count on Me NC, and a number of communities have done some of their own things, I think Durham has really invested in this in a way far beyond what most communities have been able to do. And I think that this effort, the focus on it, of which this campaign is a part, have contributed to the fact that Durham's rates of transmission have been lower than in many other North Carolina communities and across the country. We're very pleased about that. And so we've gotten a good bit of media attention, I think, because of the innovative nature of this and the fact that Durham stepped up in such a big way to support this and to communicate. And you can see there's this slide, and then if you'll go to the next slide, there are a few more here. So these are all interviews and spots that we had across a number of different media channels. And then if you will go to the last slide, you'll just see some examples. We talked about organic outreach, and this is a matter of, you can see Durham County, the City of Durham, the Chamber, Discover Durham, El Centro Hispano, all of these different organizations have been using their own social channels to promote the message as well. So that is the end of the presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you have, or do my best.
Well, thank you so much, Susan. I mean, you all have done such an incredible job with this advertising campaign. It's really mind-blowing to see every single form of media that you have all engaged with, and the branding of this campaign has been so successful. And we are the envy of other counties. I know when I'm in conversations with other people, people know about the Back on the Book campaign. And I think it's working because we, as you said, our transmission rates are still lower in Durham than the rest of the state, but it's still really important that our businesses are being supported and that people are still coming to our restaurants and our stores and supporting our local businesses, which are our biggest employers. But at the same time, we have to keep the workers safe and our customers safe. And so I also would love for you to speak a little bit about the tie-in with the Community Health Ambassador Program, because that's really exciting. I had shared some pictures with our board last week of some of the community health ambassadors that are now out giving out the signs and helping put the markers on the floors in the businesses for the 6 feet with the brand. And so could you talk a little bit now also about the relationship between the two programs?
Yes, it's a very important aspect of it because we have spent a lot of time getting this program out and getting people aware of it. The community ambassadors are out going door to door and speaking with business owners. We recognize that so many business owners are overwhelmed under the circumstances and trying to figure out how to run their businesses. And it's been incredibly helpful to have these ambassadors out talking with them, sharing the information, pointing them to the website, and in some cases just helping them actually fill out the checklist so that they're aware of what practices they need to be following. So this door-to-door approach is making a huge difference. And just in the first week or so that they were out, it bumped up the number of businesses that were participating in this program. So it has really been a piece that I think solidifies what we're trying to do in a really important way.
Thank you.
I will say another evidence of the success of this program, which Ryan may have mentioned to you at some point, is that Hawaii adopted it as Back on the Wave. And if you go to I believe it's backonthewave.com, it is our graphics, just the layout of their page and the layout of their information is exactly ours, but with some different images. So to me,
Wow.
in the spirit of imitation is the greatest form of flattery. I think that speaks very well.
That's amazing. If you could send a link to that, that's incredible. Wow.
Absolutely.
And the last point I want to make is I'm really glad by doing this program, we're also supporting a lot of minority businesses who are in the media world. I mean, when we're buying our advertising space with these media businesses, a lot of them are minority, and we're also supporting them. So thank you. Commissioner Reckow and then Commissioner Howerton.
So, let me see my unmuted. Susan, thanks for the excellent report. I just want to raise the issue that we are right now seeing cases start to go back up, as was predicted would happen in the fall. And that was part of the reason I think we wanted to do a check-in, just to see how things were going and also where we were, because even last summer, there was the prediction that the fall and winter could be bad. And so I just wanted to raise a couple of things to see how you and particularly our restaurants are thinking about the next 4 months with the colder weather and how to position them as well as possible. So my question is, in terms of getting back on the bull, maybe back on the bull, but headed in a slightly different direction, or you see my point, not business as usual. So thoughts that come to mind, for example, are, for instance, for the streetery, with the weather getting colder, it's a lot colder in the evenings than it is at 12 or 1 or 2 p.m., right? So should there be consideration of having the streetery focus on Saturdays and Sundays be a brunch lunch situation where there's entertainment in the middle of the day and fostering people going out and having their big meal in the middle of the day, with the idea that that's more pleasant to be outside then. The other thought, and my son lives in Seattle, and he was telling us that the focus for a lot of restaurants there is creating, really making the takeout experience great and thinking innovatively about takeout so that it's almost more of an experience, where they will even do you a special package so that, if you're celebrating a major event or something, that there's a wow factor to what they put together and how they do it. I just think that we shouldn't expect that everyone gets back to normal, because it's a new normal. So what can we do to play off the new normal and help our restaurants weather the new normal? Just wanted to raise that.
Yeah, some excellent points there. There are some of those that we're certainly working on in different ways. And the idea about the streetery being earlier in the day is a really interesting one. Let me talk to Nicole Thompson with DDI, who have been running the streetery, and see what her thoughts are on that and how we might work on that. And that has been certainly one of the things that's been discussed as part of the Economic Recovery Committee within the task force, and something that Discover Durham has worked closely with them on. So I think that's a very interesting observation there that we should think about. As far as the takeout or how the restaurants are recovering, there has been a tremendous amount of work around this. And I think one of the outcomes of this effort and of the Recovery Task Force work that has been most striking is the restaurant tours coming together to talk about new and innovative ideas and how they've done takeout. And that's been a real bonus for us. Hopefully you all have heard about Durham Delivers, which is an innovative program that has been put together to allow restaurants to create bulk deliveries to neighborhoods. And that program has been taking off. And we are in the process now of securing it for another year, which means raising some money to support it. But some of our restaurateurs are saying that that program is generating enough revenue for them to help them stay alive. And it's been something that has been very uniquely Durham in the way that that's run. So that's one piece of it. And there are a couple of other initiatives that I know we have brought forward to the Recovery Committee to discuss funding, and they're not funded as of yet. One is a request to provide some support for outdoor equipment that will help keep people safe outdoors, and that might include heaters and tents to guard against the weather, and also traffic management kinds of materials. So I think that's something that is still under discussion. I realize it's a little bit difficult for us to think in those terms right now when we can't support large events outdoors, but it's something that we have on the table that we'd like to support. And we are also working on, with the small businesses, on putting together, we started out calling them staycation packages, but being able to group things together in innovative ways, it gets right to what you're talking about how you provide a great experience. And this is about, and in the old days, in the pre-COVID days, we might go out to dinner and then to a movie or a show or shopping or something else. And so it's encouraging people to do that. And that's something else that we hope to do over the course of the winter. So we are working on thinking in those kinds of terms and figuring out how we keep those ideas flowing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Howerton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Susan, for your report and engaging in this conversation. I just want to, part of my question, Commissioner Raquel has already asked, but I am curious as to, it's on your report here that this program will run through December 31st. So given that our the numbers are increasing, if you could share with us what's your plan, if you have a plan, to support businesses around this area as far as this advertisement come first of the year. Because if this ends in December, what's the plan after that?
Thank you, Commissioner Howerton. It is a great question. We had not contemplated funding through the Recovery and Renewal Task Force past the end of December when we did this planning up front. And I think it's something that we have on the agenda to discuss at the upcoming task force meeting about what the expectations are and what we might do about that. Certainly the December 31st is the cutoff for the planned paid media campaign, and the streetery ends December 19th. So those initiatives are not expected to roll over into the new year. We would normally, as part of Discover Durham's work, we would be promoting businesses, and everything that we do in this environment is around people engaging safely and following the health and safety protocols and encouraging things like takeout and online ordering. So we would still have that kind of initiative, but if we want to prolong the back on the bull messaging, we would need to ask for and receive some additional funding to make that happen.
So we were able to use, also, go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say the work that we're doing through these roundtables, we expect to continue indefinitely. So working with the restaurant owners, for example, we also work with our hoteliers, and we're increasingly trying to work with our retailers on how they can move forward. And some of the things we've been able to do this fall, I think will have lasting positive effects. For example, some of our restaurants were not really set up to do online ordering on the kind of level that they need to. And part of this initiative is encourage them to do that. And in some cases, even we've got some restaurants who are mentoring others on how to do that. So I think there are a number of things that have strengthened our business community, and those will continue to pay dividends. But yes, the question of messaging beyond January 1st is something I think the task force needs to take up and discuss.
And I guess I'm wondering, we were able to use the CARES funding for this, and I'm just wondering where I'm curious as to where the funding would come from if we were funded again, if it's not CARES money. Jody just popped up. Maybe Jody could shed light on my inquisitive questions here.
Well, good morning, Board and Commissioner Howerton. Right now, the funding for the initial campaign, as described by Susan until the end of the calendar year, has been identified as one of the items that we're going to fund through the county's CRF plan, and it's an allowable expense. At this point, we haven't been given any indication that there'll be additional federal or state dollars available for business support going into 2021. And so any additional media campaigns that would go beyond the December 30th timeframe, we would need to look to county general fund dollars to support. So that's where we are today, but things are changing. And so we should know here, I would think within the next 4 to 6 weeks, whether there'll be some additional federal and state money available going into calendar year 2021 for other additional supports in our community. But as of right now, we're just basing our understanding based on the most current guidelines and available funding.
Thank you, Jody. Thank you.
Commissioner Carter, you just popped up.
Yes, I just want to thank Susan and everyone that's been part of this for this great report and for the amazing work. It's just, it really is truly amazing. I had not heard that about Hawaii copying us. Good for them. I mean, I'm totally supportive of continuing this funding. It feels like it would be, irresponsible actually to not continue on at this point with our numbers under somewhat of a surge. So yeah, I'm fully behind it.
Thank you. And
thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just add, Susan, related to the question Commissioner Howerton asked, I think one of the good things is that the Community Health Ambassador Program is funded through August of 2021. And they are actually, by going door to door, hundreds of businesses a month, they're actually giving out the Back on the Bowls materials and signs. So that is actually one way that we are communicating and keeping the program going, even through all of them. I also want to note that the city actually also made an additional funding support of $24,100 for the translation services for Back on the Bowl, in addition to this original request, and that the city is funding another roundtable initiative, a Recovery and Renewal Task Force initiative, which is Greenlight Durham, which is also connected to this program, which I really love the way everything is interconnected that's coming out of the task force. Could you talk a little bit about the Greenlight Durham program?
Yes, Greenlight is solving one of the most difficult challenges our small businesses have had, which is if they have an employee who has been exposed to COVID or believes that they might have it, is symptomatic, hasn't been a good way to get them tested quickly. And then businesses, and I'm thinking especially of restaurants, have to figure out how to react quickly. What do they do about the rest of their employees? Do they need to shut down? And so the access to testing has been one of the most important aspects for them. And this Greenlight Durham is providing that kind of support in ways that these small businesses can engage with. So I think that's going to be a huge help for them.
Right, thank you. And that's being sponsored by Duke's Pandemic Response Network, and it's just amazing. There's an app that you join, and every day you check in with health practitioners about how you're feeling. And then if you're not feeling well, you're immediately in touch with them and they tell you where to go, how to get help. It's just incredible resource now to support workers, to support our workers in Durham. So, so another great program. All right, so just to bring this will just be on our agenda, I think, for our, is that the next step, Jody? Will be on our agenda next Monday for approval? Is that?
With the concurrence of the board, what we can do is work with the budget team to prepare an action item for next Monday's meeting for the remaining amount of money to fully fund the campaign, the county's half of the campaign through December. That total amount is about $37,098, and we can work to provide that information for board action on Monday.
Okay, thank you. And if also, Jody, if we could make sure we have that kind of big picture budget that we were talking about earlier to just keep track of all these things, that would be great.
Work with the budget team to provide that information.
Thank you. Commissioner Reckow?
You know, I support moving forward, but I just want to raise an issue, and that is that going forward, Commissioner Howerton raised it, what happens after the first of the year, and maybe more money is going to be needed, and et cetera. I just want to raise the issue that we may want to think about perhaps using the Chamber of Commerce or whatever to bring together our major corporate and institutional leaders. In Seattle, they've had a group working for the past, since the start of the pandemic, or I guess they had formed before the pandemic to provide some help in major issues that Seattle faced, like homelessness and whatever. But it's a group of about 19 of some of the biggest companies in Seattle, and they have some really big and big companies there. But now that the pandemic's come, they're continuing and they're really focusing on the pandemic, and they are providing a lot of ideas and influence, along with some funding to help support initiatives in Seattle. And I say that to say that we have a lot of companies that we've attracted to Durham, a lot that we've given economic incentives to. And they come to our region for a variety of reasons. They come because of the economic climate, the labor force, but also the quality of life. And this quality of life does include the entities and the services that we have. And so there is a stake, I would think, among these corporations to help preserve those amenities. So I just wonder about trying to widen the net and target some of our business leadership to help out to a greater degree. It's some of these, it's the services and some of these smaller businesses that provide services that are suffering. But we have biotech companies, technology companies, IT companies, et cetera, that aren't necessarily suffering, but will suffer, and the quality of life that attracted them will suffer if this other sector goes down. So I'm raising the issue that perhaps we need to tap a wider net to help preserve this more fragile section of our economy.
That's a great point, Commissioner Reckow. And to your point, we had 2 jobs announcements back to back, Thursday and Friday.
And they're existing companies.
Right.
They're companies who are going to
homegrown. They're homegrown Durham companies.
Right.
And the fact is that we're very fortunate that our tech, our advanced manufacturing, and our life science sectors are growing. Our Thursday announcement was 878 jobs and over $60 million of investment in a biopharma company. And on Friday was 150 jobs and $50 million worth of investment in a manufacturing company, both expansions. So we're very fortunate. Susan might be able to talk a little bit. There was a big effort back in the spring where there were a lot of, Duke helped lead the effort, the Duke Office of Regional Affairs, where there was a big fundraising effort, and those funds were distributed to nonprofits, to food groups, and then there was Duke's $1 million for the small business grants. So there is already that foundation, and then of course the Bull City Schools digital campaign as well, which has raised quite a lot of money, has also had private sector involvement. But I don't know if Susan, if you know any more about what's been going on with the task force related to that.
Well, I'm not an expert on all of those different funding sources. I will say that I know that the Office of Economic and Workforce Development is about to communicate another campaign that will provide some grants to small businesses. That money is CARES Act money and has to be used by the end of December. So I know that there'll be a quick turnaround on that. Yes, there are a number of initiatives that have gone on that are providing funding in different places, but I'm not aware of, and Madam Chair, you might know more about some of the corporate support that may have happened more recently, but I'm not aware of new initiatives related to raising corporate support. It's something that I think the Economic Recovery Committee can certainly have some more discussion about whether there's an opportunity to go after more. I think as we look forward into the new year and the fact that most of this federal funding is running out at the end of December, I think there'll be a lot of people looking for what the next level of solutions need to be.
And you're a part of that committee, right, Susan?
Yes. Yes.
So you can take that back.
Yes, I can carry that message back, and that is chaired by Anthony Nelson, Dean of the Central Business School, North Carolina Central Business School, and Jeff Durham from the Chamber.
Well, I will just say that they've involved the highest levels of their business community. But you get the CEO of Microsoft, of a Costco, of some of the other major companies that are housed in Seattle. It makes a big difference, and they're writing some big checks. So just a thought to help us out.
A great one. Thank you. Thank you for adding that. I will make sure that there is a follow-up discussion to that.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Susan, for all of your leadership with the Recovery Renewal Task Force efforts in so many ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Great work. Next, we have the discussion about development agreement priorities. And for our discussion on this, we have Scott Whiteman, planning manager, and Sarah Young, our planning director. Nice to see you all.
Good to see you all too. Good morning. I'm Scott Whiteman from the City County Planning Department. At the September 28th meeting, the board adopted an amendment to the Unified Development Ordinance that explicitly allows the use of statutory development agreements in Durham County. During the discussion on the item, the board asked staff to come to a subsequent work session to facilitate a board discussion on priorities for development agreements. To assist in facilitating the discussion, staff developed an initial list of guiding principles for development agreement community benefits, which is attachment B to your agenda item. These are drafted based on the discussion from the September 28th meeting and existing identified county priorities. These include priorities already used in considering economic development incentives. And I will note on the attachment, when we talk about that, it should say from section B of section 5B of the resolution, not 5C. Also includes providing public services and facilities, environmental, open space, and agricultural preservation, historic preservation, and affordable housing. So the staff recommends that the board discuss these priorities, add and subtract as needed, and endorse the final version to guide the administration in developing any potential development agreements. With that, I'm available for questions and look forward to the board's discussion.
Thank you, Scott, and really appreciate your work on this, and Sarah, your work, and whoever's been involved in this. And just to clarify, with the 6 different items that are listed there, the 6, so number 1, are you saying that anything that's already on that list, like going back and looking at those things, because we did have an extensive list there on that list as part of our economic development incentives policy. So, and then items 2 through 6 are in addition to those, just to clarify.
Yeah, that's correct. The list in the resolution is already pretty extensive, so
right.
Just tried to add the ones that weren't in there already.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, any comments or questions from board members to what has been brought before us? Commissioner Reckow?
So thank you. I thought the list was a good, excellent start. And I think building off of our economic development policy was a great idea. The only area that I just wanted to raise as a possible add would be something related to design, where we would encourage superior design. Particularly, I was thinking, there was an article recently about, for example, the borough's Welcome Building, which is visible on the edge of Research Triangle Park from the highway. And it's an iconic structure, but I believe they've decided to tear it down, that it's not, they've attempted to repurpose it, and I guess it's not working out. But there may be places in our community along our major roadways, or for the city, even in the downtown core, but yeah, that they would be developing that. But where kind of iconic design would be something that we might want to promote, and wondered about language about encouraging superior design related to materials and composition, et cetera, that we might want to encourage.
And we are certainly, I know Sarah feels very strongly about design, so maybe I'll let her answer that question.
Good morning, everyone. Sarah Young here. Commissioner Reckhow, I agree. I think that you write something about iconic architectural design, particularly at areas of key visibility. Or one of our gateway plan, the Central Durham's gateway plan, for instance, talks about making sure to have iconic architectural design at key gateways in the city, in and out of the county. And so I think that's something that we could maybe even lifting some of that language from that older plan, right, aligned to that effect.
Yeah, I think that would be good. You know, that's what people remember about communities when they visit. I think it could be very attractive even in hub RTP, where there's a section that the north side of the hub, the buildings there could be seen from the roadway, and we may want to be encouraging something that really sets that area apart. And defines us. So yeah, if you could develop language around that, I think that would be a good idea. Thank you.
We can definitely do that.
Thank you. I agree. I think that's a great idea, but I was thinking, how do you, the language will be key, right? To not, because it's so subjective, right? But you know, how you come up with that language related to materials or the articulation and things like that will be, I'll look forward to seeing what language you come up with. So yes, but you know, you can see it even now from 147. We have the new building. What is it? Mangum? Is that the name of the project? That's right. Is that what it's called, Sarah?
506 Mangum, something like that.
Yes, right. Where they have, you know, it's definitely, you know, much, you know, higher quality architecture and materials versus some of the multifamily units that are being built at the same time right there. So you know good design and high quality materials when you see it, but it's kind of how do you put that into words? So thank you. I'm glad you have a background in architecture, Sarah. Any other comments, feedback for Scott and Sarah related to guiding principles for?
Yeah, actually, there's one other. And let me just check. Did you incorporate anything related to? I know you had the open space preservation, but how about incorporating public gathering spaces related to plazas or other types of outdoor areas that would be open to the public?
Yeah, so the open space plans don't really address that aspect of, they're more for kind of preservation for undisturbed open space, but we can certainly add a new principle about gathering spaces and open space that's open to the public for recreation or gathering.
Yeah, that's one feature. Charlotte did a great job with that over the past 15, 20 years in their downtown, where a number of the major buildings that went in included big plaza areas that serve as gathering spaces and whatever. Of course, we have it in the courtyard of American Tobacco to some degree, and that was just, you know, a huge, wonderful feature. But here again, it's something that we may want to encourage. And here again, as a lot of that would happen in downtown. However, in RTP, as that unfolds in Hub RTP and any other areas out there, or even in the, you know, potentially as the Trayburn corporate park builds out, we never know. There could be opportunities for plaza gathering spaces that maybe include restaurants that are flowing out, but also become areas where there's entertainment and other kinds of things that create a vibrancy for the community. So that would be another thing, just like the design, that we might want to promote.
And I would just jump on what Commissioner Recco said, and to actually add to that, you know, public art or public history incorporated into those areas too. And that's something that we're trying to promote. And that's what Charlotte did. You know, you walk down that main street and they've got all these little public spaces, and public art is a focal point in all of those.
Right.
And it transforms the whole streetscape.
Yeah. And downtown, I had the good fortune last Saturday, one of my dear friends took a few of us on a walking tour of downtown. Public art in downtown has exploded during the pandemic. We had a lot of murals, and I think they've just about doubled during the pandemic. If you haven't seen them all, you need to see them. But I was just enthralled. I can share some of the pictures I took. I think I took 20 pictures, but it's just amazing what's happened. It does create this vibrancy. But here again, you're right, Madam Chair, the encouraging public art by the private sector in there. So courtyard with public art or things of that nature, murals, public art, that again enhances the walking experience. And for us, again,
people sharing those images on social media, it's unbelievable, the artwork in that project. Just gorgeous murals there. So we're really fortunate that those developers have done that. Commissioner Carter.
Yeah, just a quick question. I think our list is great, and want to thank Sarah and Scott and others who worked on it for us. And Ellen and Wendy, you've had great suggestions today. It started making me worry a little, though, about there might be community benefits that are not on this list, correct? That would be acceptable as part of the development agreement. They don't have to be specified in this list. That's right. I just want to be sure. Because I bet if I thought really hard, I might be able to come up with a couple more, and I don't really want to do that. So.
Yeah, Commissioner Carter, we understood there could be many, many benefits that we haven't thought of yet, but just with the understanding that these are time consuming and will take a lot of time from the county administration and on the front end and the back end, and could be controversial when they come before you, we want to at least get some guidance from you all before we start taking one of those on.
Great, thanks.
And you know, for the benefit of the public, anyone who's watching this meeting, could you just run through very quickly the initial list, because people may be wondering why we're not bringing up affordable housing and childcare and sustainability and et cetera. It may think I'm bringing up a frivolous. I want people to know that a lot of the bread and butter was on the original list.
Certainly, I'll go through. May not be the most exciting TV watching ever, but I'll go through the list. We have, or YouTube watching, I suppose is more accurate. Diversity of projects, employment opportunities, including jobs that do not require an advanced degree or contain manufacturing jobs or contain. Employers that provide childcare support and or pre-K programming. Sustainable building design, construction, and operating practices. Employers that hire current or previous justice-involved individuals. All company positions exceed $15 an hour, the Durham County living wage. Companies that have a diversity purchasing program or MWBE goals for purchasing agreements. Transportation demand management strategies that reduce or redistribute travel demand by coordinating and promoting flex scheduling, carpooling, transit, biking, etc. Companies that create clean technology jobs and contribute towards a more sustainable environment. Relation to existing industry clusters such as life sciences, information technology, and clean tech. Companies that diversify Durham's economy. Retention of existing jobs at stake. Companies locating their headquarters to Durham County. Companies locating in Research Triangle Park, Trayburn Corporate Park, or downtown. Contains high-paying jobs that an increased multiplier effect on the Durham economy. And project location in a Durham County opportunity zone.
And then the others that you added as the addendum, the other 6.
That's right. We have financial participation in development of critical infrastructure and public services, such as transit, wastewater capacity, or capital facilities. Environmental protections above and beyond existing ordinance requirements. Permanent protection of open space or farmland identified in an adopted open space plan, the farmland protection plan, and I apologize if you actually read it says projection plan, we'll fix that, or a state natural heritage area, and preservation of undesignated historic resources, and development of affordable housing units consistent with the county's housing goals.
Thank you. Great, good point, Commissioner Recca. And could I also just add to the number 2 where it says participating in the development of critical infrastructure, mentioning transit, but could we also add transit and bike and pedestrian projects? Okay, and any other adds or suggestions to this list from anybody else? So in terms of process, Scott and Sarah, will you bring this back to us for adoption for at our next meeting? Would that be the plan?
I was actually going to defer to the administration. This is the first time we've done something like this with you all. So I was going to defer to Jay or Wendell to let us know what the proper process is.
Okay.
Jay, good morning to you.
Jay, we can't really hear you very well.
Can you hear me better now?
Barely.
Hello?
No, it's very quiet.
I'll try to speak up, commissioners. Just one moment.
That was better.
Okay, commissioners, good morning. Sorry we're having some technical difficulties. One point I would offer is I think you could simply offer an endorsement of the guiding principles this morning because you had previously approved the underlying ordinance at your prior meeting, I believe, and just asked, at an earlier meeting, the underlying ordinance was approved for development agreements. So it might be possible here to simply offer an endorsement of these guiding principles as an underpinning to go with that ordinance, since the actual ordinance has been approved.
Well, I would suggest, though, that it still come back to us because we just suggested a lot of changes, and We also, Sarah, specifically the one about the design is going to be challenging. So I would suggest that it still come back just for us to just have a final look at it. I mean, I actually think that it's important that we give some attention to it. And, so again, it could just be on our consent agenda. It doesn't have to be something we have to discuss again. Commissioner Reckow?
Well, why don't we ask for it to be brought back at our second meeting in November? That way they won't have to rush to try to turn it around in a few days for the next meeting. So would that give enough time if it were the second meeting in November? Because it's just a couple of new ones and then one minor change that the chair suggested.
Yeah.
We can make that work.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And then will you also share this with the city? Because, I don't know if they've actually defined a list the way we have, and it would be good to, once we approve it, to share it with them.
Yeah, we can certainly share this with the city council as well.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. Okay, well, thank you all so much. Great work. Really appreciate it. And we'll see this back in a few weeks. Thank you. Okay, so next item is comprehensive plan, which is you guys as well. You're not going anywhere. But we have Lisa Miller with us as well. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lisa Miller with the Durham Planning Department. We're here today just to share a brief update with you all on the comprehensive plan project. Next slide. The memo includes quite a bit of background information. So for the presentation, I'm just going to focus on a few highlights, and then we'll be glad to answer any questions that you all have. Next slide. So this is an informational item this morning. We're not requesting any specific action. However, this is obviously a big multi-year project. We know it's essential to keep the county commissioners and the city council who will be adopting this project as it's completed apprised of the project's progression and to receive guidance from you all through the course of its development. So we will be also sharing a similar update to the city council this Thursday. I apologize for the typo on the slide here. In addition, we'll continue to share updates and seek guidance at every meeting of the Joint City County Planning Committee. They meet every other month, and we'll continue to invite the full boards for both the city and the county to join those updates whenever folks that are not sitting on that board are interested and able. Next slide. So just a little bit of background. As you all are probably aware and remember, we kicked off engagement for this work last fall with the listening learning phase of engagement. It included a series of public workshops, an online survey, and the creation of a new engagement ambassadors program. We focused that engagement around these two big questions on the slide. And we wanted to focus on both identifying what residents desire for the future of Durham in order to influence this plan and the transit plan, and also to hear from residents about their needs that are more that are also immediate and long-term. Next slide. So in that first phase of engagement, we heard from over 1,000 residents. Over 600 of those folks were through engagement ambassador sessions where residents were engaging their communities around those questions and receiving a stipend for their work. Detailed demographic information is included in the engagement summary, which is attachment A in the agenda item. But I think it's worth noting that by engaging through the ambassadors, we were able to reach a much more representative group of residents in Durham County than we've been able to in past planning projects. And the nature of the kinds of things that folks shared, I think, is different than what we typically hear with a staff person sitting in the room with residents. Next slide. So this past spring, we had plans to be in the community doing a lot of hands-on in-person engagement, working towards goals and objectives. for the comprehensive plan at the same time as the transit plan with residents. Obviously, the pandemic has shifted our work like so many other things. And so we've been working on strategies to maintain our focus on equity and engagement, as we're needing to focus a lot more heavily on remote engagement. In our work so far, we found that this takes greater resources, particularly in terms of the time needed to work towards equitable engagement. Next slide. So over the summer, we're trying to start figuring out whether and how equitable engagement may be possible in the current environment. We had the chance to work with a couple of different community partners that had been contracted with through the city's Neighborhood Improvement Services Department, where we were able to pilot some engagement strategies. Working with both Neighborhood Improvement Services and the Transportation Department, residents were engaged in socially distanced in-person events where they provided input on shared streets ideas, as well as on comprehensive plan topics. In addition, we joined a few virtual gatherings of community partners where we had the opportunity for more in-depth discussion around some of the specific topics that came up the most in the first round of engagement. Next slide. In addition, our engagement summary we identified 3 groups of residents that we didn't engage as successfully as we had hoped in the first round of engagement last fall and winter. Those were youth, those in North Durham, and Hispanic and Latino residents. So part of our work in the last couple months has been to ensure that those resident perspectives are included as we continue to work towards developing goals and objectives. So we hosted a focus group discussion with Hispanic and Latino residents at the end of September. We are continuing to work with city and county staff to reach North Durham residents, reaching out to Ruritan clubs, and we'll be reaching out to churches shortly to hold another focus group. And we're also have been learning from the draft recommendations for the Youth Listening Project, and we'll be working on incorporating those recommendations where relevant as that project comes out soon. Next slide. So as we realized that our previous plans for a lot of in-person interactive work, co-creating goals with the community was going to be infeasible at least for several more months, we began working in depth with the input that we'd already received in the listening and learning phase, as well as in the different pilot engagements we were able to do over the summer. And since mid-August, we've been working through a qualitative data analysis process under the guidance of Aaron Parrish with the Office of Performance and Innovation. Working towards community goals, we're analyzing comments from the listening and learning phase, engagement pilots, street shares, and focus groups, starting with the needs and priorities from those we've typically not included in the process in the past to ensure that those voices stay centered in this work. We're prioritizing draft objectives first around housing and transportation, because those were the most discussed topics in engagement so far. And also made a lot of sense to aid in our collaboration with the transit plan engagement this fall. We're continuing this process around additional topics brought up through the engagement and that need to be addressed through the comprehensive plan. And we'll be bringing those objectives back out to the community for ground truthing to determine whether we've heard resident perspectives right and reflected them in this work, and if not, to revise them in order to better do so. Next slide. So we've mentioned the transit plan a number of times. We've been throughout this work working closely with the transit plan team to engage residents whenever we can around these 2 plans together, working together on current resident engagement and ensuring that our draft goals and objectives for the 2 plans work well together. Currently, the transit team is engaging residents around draft goals and objectives for the transit plan through a number of different methods. Our coordination with them in the online survey and stakeholder interviews, we're ensuring that residents are provided with background information on the comprehensive plan and opportunities to engage further. And in the engagement ambassador sessions, residents will be engaging around both the transit plan goals and objectives and around those goals and objectives related to housing and neighborhoods for the comprehensive plan. In addition, we're coordinating with this cycle of participatory budgeting to look for opportunities to address some of the more immediate needs that residents have raised through engagement so far, and in particular, some of those that have been made worse because of COVID. Next slide. So in collaboration with the transit team, we've been recruiting engagement ambassadors over the last few weeks, and training for ambassadors will begin this week. We had about 50 residents fill out the recruitment form to be ambassadors, and folks who responded are connected to residents across all of our different focus communities, including this time good representation from residents in North Durham, youth, and Hispanic and Latino residents. Ambassadors are going to be engaging residents over the next month to 2 months. And then we plan to continue working with ambassadors beyond coordination with the transit plan engagement in their engagement window around remaining objectives for the comprehensive plan. Next slide. In addition, we're looking to arrange some small group engagement around specific objectives, particularly with some of the community partners we worked with over the summer, and also with some of the neighborhood organizations and groups who've been organizing in response to proposed development near their neighborhoods. Next slide. Our primary focus for the next couple months is to be engaging residents around draft goals and objectives through engagement ambassadors and some focused small group engagement for more in-depth input. And I think we've mentioned in a number of conversations with Joint City County Planning Committee, also through Social Pinpoint, which is a digital engagement platform, which we are getting into the process of signing a contract for. So we're finally getting close to having that pushed out. But that will be an opportunity for broader community-wide engagement. So we're working towards having community goals and objectives for the comprehensive plan by spring of next year. Although we know that, as has happened so far, that timeline may be impacted further by the current pandemic and how that situation changes between now and then. Last slide. So with that, we'd like to hear reflections, concerns, and questions that you have, either from the presentation or the memo. We want to make sure that we're continuing on the right track with this work. And Sarah and Scott are both available to help answer questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Lisa. I know you've been so dedicated to this work and really appreciate your leadership of it. And this is very new for our community, and you and everyone you're working with has really embraced this model of using community ambassadors. And I think the results show, you know, the type of deeper engagement and more diverse engagement that you're getting. I have a question. You said that you guys had posted for a Latino outreach position on August 28th. Are you having trouble filling that?
Oh, we actually have interviews starting today. I think we have 4 candidates that we're interviewing this week. So we got some great responses and had some assistance from other staff that could help us connect with different residents with it.
Great, great. And then the September 24th focus group that you did have, how did that go with the Latinx community? How did that go?
It went really great. We got great feedback. It was a really interesting opportunity for us as staff. But we had Carmen Ortiz, who works in the Neighborhood Improvement Services Department, helped us host the session in Spanish. And we had simultaneous interpretation for staff during the session. So we were taking notes from the interpretation, answering questions as needed, but primarily it was held in Spanish. We got some really great input from folks, a lot of similar themes that we'd heard from other residents, and some new things that we've been able to pull into the overall input that we're looking at for this work, but got really positive feedback from the residents who participated.
Right, and it's really, I know I've been in situations like that. It's very good to be on the other end.
Absolutely.
See what it's like when you're the person who's trying to understand. It's a good experience. So thank you. Comments and commissioners from board members about this update?
Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry. Commissioner Carter and then Commissioner Howerton. Go ahead, Commissioner Carter.
Real quickly, I just wanted to thank Lisa and Scott and Sarah for this update and also for inviting us to attend the JCC meetings, JCCP, whatever it is. I'm not on that group, but I have joined in when you've been giving your updates and find it really helpful. So thanks for that. And I just want to highlight the obvious, I guess. You know, these are two of our most important plans, right? Especially the comp plan, but the transit plan too. How we're going to grow and move, you know, into the next decade or more. And I just really appreciate how much care you're giving it. And I liked that phrase you used. Was it ground truthing, truth grounding?
That was borrowed from a community partner.
Liked that. That seems really important. So kudos for, you know, trying to really center the community voice and focus on equitable community engagement, especially during this pandemic. We're all going to be learning a lot from those of you who are figuring out how to do this well, and really appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Lisa, Sarah, and all of you for this report. I just have a quick question. In your community engagement, I'm just wondering, what's the average participation of seniors?
I don't know that offhand. I can pull up. We did ask in the engagement summary, we did ask folks for age, although that may have been one of the demographic questions that we didn't get as many responses to. I can get you that information though. We definitely have had specific residents that are seniors or were focused on reaching seniors in the first round. And again, that was a focus group within the community for this round as we were recruiting folks, understanding what sorts of connections they have to residents in the community.
Well, given that we're working on being an age-friendly community, it would be interesting to have some idea what that participation, the input from that demographics.
Mm-hmm.
We can follow up with that and send it to you all.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Any other comments or questions from board members? So Lisa, I just have one more question, which is, so if the plan is to have the goals and objectives by the spring, what comes next after that?
Yeah, so we have, maybe not to this group, provided kind of an overview of the different pieces of the work. We'll be including work around place types and the future land use, of describing what the desired future character of different places are, re-looking at our future land use designations and map, developing policies that help us enact the goals and objectives, and including an equitable development framework that we're still fleshing out, but looking at how do we make sure that we're working towards not just equitable engagement, but equitable outcomes in this work.
Right. And we do have a lot of great data, and you know, a lot of the stuff that's just even available through our equal environmental justice reports that we have to do, a lot of those maps that show where we've got all the different factors, and so those will be very, very helpful with the process. All right, well, thank you so much for this update. Appreciate all of your work.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is the stormwater utility update and Upper Neuse River Basin Association update. And I see we have Brian Eves with us, who's our Stormwater and Erosion Control Division. And I see Mackenzie on here, but although it says a different last name, Mackenzie. No, did something happen?
My name changed last year.
Okay.
Sometimes I still get a lot of confusion with emails and stuff, but yes, my last name is Myers.
Okay, so we need to change it. Like on here, you're listed as Gentry. So
oh, is it? Yes, that needs to be changed. I didn't even notice that. I'm glad you did.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, that might be my fault, Mackenzie. A copy and paste error.
Okay. Yeah, we don't want to miss those important life events. And so congratulations, Mackenzie.
Thanks.
In our stormwater manager. And we also have, I'm assuming, Tom Murray, Keith Redling, Igna Kennedy, Perry Mans, and Jay Gibson all here for this as well. Thank you.
Yeah, it's going to be mostly Mackenzie and I, and then some of the members of our consultant team are here to help answer any questions you guys may have. But good morning, and we just wanted to give you guys the board an update on the stormwater utility that was implemented with the FY21 budget, and just share with you a few things. Next slide, I'll kind of run through what we're gonna talk about today. We're just going to a brief background and some of the work to date, an update on our outreach activities, some of the responses we've gotten to the utility now that it's gone out on the tax bill, a discussion of credits, which I know the board is interested in, another brief discussion on alternative compliance that the Upper Neuse River Basin Association has been working on with regards to the Falls Rules Stage 1, and then some next steps, and then get any feedback and input that you, the board, have. Next slide, please. So just really quickly, a reminder, the county is subject to 3 separate watershed nutrient management rules: the Falls, Neuse, and Cape or Jordan Lake rules. All told, they're going to cost about $70 million. At least that's our estimate as they're currently written, over the next 20 years or so. There's still maybe some changes to that that will affect both the time and budget and costs of those rules. But as they're currently written, they're the anticipated costs and deadlines. Next slide, please. So with that in mind, the county implemented our stormwater utility fee, and I felt like this quote from the Falls Lake draft model program that recently came out really summed up the expectations from the state. The expectation here is a reasonably stable source of funds to cover the projected installation costs over stage 1 and plan for maintenance and replacement at levels anticipated to the extent possible now, considering our chosen practice types and associated expenses and frequencies. You can see on the right hand in that chart, those are some of the practice types that they're speaking about. Everything from bioretention to wastewater and other optional things like soil amendments, which have been approved at this point by the state to earn credit towards the things the county has to do to meet our nutrient requirements. Next slide. So to that end, this is just a reminder of the original revenue requirements that were required to meet that kind of $70 million number over the next few years. You'll see up through FY24, we stay in the $1 million to $1.5 million range, but then FY25 is when the stage 2 of the Falls Lake rules, which is really the more expensive component of this, are currently scheduled to kick in, and that's when we see a significant increase in the revenues required to meet the goals. Again, these are the preliminary estimates prior to implementation But just so you get an idea of the kind of money that we're talking about and need in order to fully fund what the county is required to do under the current rules. Next slide. So a reminder of the rate structure. What we did and our consultants assisted us with through aerial photography is establish what's called an equivalent residential unit. That's essentially the average amount of impervious surface area, impervious being hard surface area that does not allow stormwater to infiltrate. But this is the average amount of impervious surface area on a residential property in Durham County. They measured over 14,000 total properties. I think roughly 13,000 of those were residential, and determined the average amount of impervious surface area. And that's what we use as our equivalent residential unit. Then we created a tiered residential structure using 3 flat rates, meaning those with a smaller amount pay less, and those with a larger amount pay more, but they are 3 flat rates, meaning you don't necessarily pay, you pay within your range. And most of those properties fall in the tier 2, the middle range. And then we looked at non-single family residential properties, meaning our commercial, industrial, educational, places of worship, things like that. They all pay based on the total amount and number of ERUs. So the total amount of impervious surface area in their properties. Another step we took that was encouraged by the board and as a way to be more fair to our agricultural community is we defined agricultural properties that had a dwelling or a home. We put them into that residential category, meaning the most they would pay is that flat rate for tier 3. And this is consistent with some of the goals the board told us as we have had these discussions when we're looking at some of the more lower intensity development. And we'll see what those rates look like on the next slide. So again, almost 15,000 parcels were billed in 2020 or for this fiscal year on their 2021 tax bills. We did, however, reduce the initial fee to 1/3 of our proposed, or roughly 1/3 of our proposed original rates based on the financial burden associated with COVID-19. So the ERU charge is $24 per ERU. And to give a better example, we have a picture on the next slide that we've been using to help explain to the population. So really, how much do they pay? So again, we have those 3 tiers for single family residential. Tier 1, they pay a half of an ERU. Between 400 and 2,700 square feet, they're going to pay only $12 a year under our current rates. Tier 2, where again, the majority of our single family residential properties are, they're paying that single ERU rate of $24. And then tier 3, they're going to pay for 2 ERUs. And those are the properties with more than 6,000 square feet of impervious. And that's $48 annually. And then those non-single family residential, again, the commercial, industrial properties, again, non-residences, they're going to be charged per ERU. So we're going to measure their property, take into account the amount of impervious surface area divided by 4,300, which gives us the number of ERUs, and then multiply that by $24. Next slide, please. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mackenzie to talk more about our outreach efforts.
Sure. Thanks, Ryan. So before the tax bills went out, and we've discussed this in previous meetings, we did some targeted outreach to different groups throughout the county. We also sent out surveys. With the tax bill, we sent an additional educational insert. Some were general and some were targeted more towards agricultural properties. And then after the tax bills, which went out, as you know, end of August, we've completed a lot of customer service, worked with the tax office and our own stormwater staff, and then we've also made some adjustments to some bills. And I'll go into more detail on all of this. Next slide. So if you remember, similar to the last presentation, we had several in-person outreach meetings that were scheduled beginning in probably mid to end of March. And unfortunately, we had to cancel all of those due to COVID. So we moved to online Zoom meetings with several different groups throughout the county, the Farm Bureau, the Farmland Protection Board, the Environment Board at RTP, the Environmental Affairs Board, and Durham County Soil and Water. Those are some of the groups we did targeted outreach for with some of their stakeholders, as well as reaching out to several other groups in the county. Next slide. So since July, which is when we had our last meeting, obviously the tax bills have gone out. So we sent out paper surveys as well as links in the inserts to an online survey. We did hear your concerns about some of the property owners that don't have access to internet or email. So that's why we decided to send out the hard copy surveys as well. We ended up sending over 700. Those were sent mostly to agricultural properties and also to places of worship. We received 6 online back and 17 hard copy surveys sent back to our office. It seems to be, they still trickle in, so that number may be a little out of date, but we have been getting some responses. And the general takeaways, some of the different questions on the forms, the majority of the property owners indicated that they have not experienced flooding on their personal property. The majority seem to support the utility fee. And we also had a question that had several different options for what activities they would like to see funded. A lot of them selected land conservation as well as watershed management planning, and several of them selected all of the activities they would support. We have received several back from agricultural properties, and like I said, generally people have been very supportive. We have heard concerns both through surveys and through direct contact of some different things regarding the fees, but in general, people seem to be very supportive, so we're very pleased with that. Next slide. So just some of the general takeaways that we've noticed since the bills went out. We started probably mid-September to get a pretty high volume of contacts with questions. But for the most part, we think it's pretty much as anticipated. It's about as many as we expected to get. Some of the most common ones, definitely probably the top one, is people calling in asking about a gravel driveway. And if gravel is impervious, because it was included on their bill. And if you'd remember in the past, we've discussed that we did include gravel driveways as impervious surfaces, because over time, as they have vehicular traffic traveling over them, that gravel really becomes compacted and acts as an impervious surface and doesn't allow the water to infiltrate as much as it would on a grass. We've also had several questions about people wanting to understand the difference between the impervious area on their property versus their house footprint or the heated square footage of their house. Sometimes, we've had people call and say, my house is only 1,500 square feet living space inside. And just some questions about that, not really understanding that the utility fee is based off of the impervious area, which includes rooftop, not necessarily heated square footage, as well as driveways, patios, sidewalks, and sheds and outbuildings. And then we have, as expected, had some agricultural community members contact us seeking relief from the bill or a reduction due to measures that they already have on site or other programs that they're participating in. And also some questions about what the fee is in general and how the money will be spent. We haven't heard too much from churches and nonprofits. We have heard from a handful, but not a very high volume that have contacted us. And if you remember, probably earlier this year or last year, the board recommended that we move forward with some additional funding in this phase, the previous phase of the project, to go ahead and digitize every parcel instead of just using a small sample size. And we found that for the most part, the bills have been very accurate. And I really think we can attribute that to really going through and digitizing every single parcel and looking at the aerial instead of taking this. So I think overall that was a great decision. And I'd say the most errors that we've had, and again, we've had very few, would be similar to what Ryan just discussed with some agricultural properties maybe that have a single family house. on it should be getting the residential rate. And in some cases, there wasn't a single family house identified. So their initial bill went out as non-single family residential, but we've been able to correct several of those. Next slide. So here are just some quick stats of number of phone calls. I will preface this with saying that the tax office, and specifically Dwayne and Teresa, have really taken the brunt of a lot of inquiries. These are ones that have just come directly to us, but I know Teresa and Dwayne have gotten a lot of phone calls, and they've also had a lot of people going online to use the chat feature. So they have been a huge help in being able to answer those. And of course, they forward on any that we need to really take some additional looks at. But we had about 40 emails, and again, this changes daily, so this is higher now than when we made this presentation. About 24 phone calls. To my knowledge, I think as of last week, we only had 2 appeals that were submitted, so we're happy that that's a very low number compared to the amount of parcels that have been charged. And we had about 10 that we did have a change, whether that's changing the tier that they're in from, say, a tier 3 to a tier 2, or whether it's changing them from a non-single family to a single family, or the other way around. So again, to only have about 10 changes, and again, that number is changing every day, but we're really pleased with the accuracy of what it seems the bills have been so far. Next slide. So here's just an example of a typical phone call we'll get. Someone may call us and say that they're questioning the fee because they think the impervious that's shown on the bill is too high. So this is a single family example. Basically, the process for what we will do is we'll go back and look at their parcel, and we see an image similar to the one you see on the right, where the blue shading represents impervious area. So you can see that the shading is over a driveway, looks like a house, sidewalk, and then maybe an outbuilding or a shed. And we'll calculate that just to make sure it jives with the bill that they got. In some cases, we will see that something was counted. We have had an instance where, for example, a building had been demolished, but the aerial photograph wasn't up to date, and that homeowner called and let us know. So we'll go back and double check. In this particular case, that the shading that was digitized was extremely accurate to what's actually out there. And the fee was not changed for the customer, but we do call them back, let them know. And we also send them, if they have access to email, we send them this image along with the square footage so that they can see exactly what we're looking at for transparency so that they can understand. Next slide. This is just another quick example. This is a land use classified with agricultural use. Obviously, you can see they have several buildings. It's a little hard to see, but a very long road that goes along the western edge and northern edge. And they got a pretty substantial bill because they were classified as non-single family residential. This owner contacted us and said that they have a single family house and they actually live on this property. So this goes back to what Ryan was saying, where we had made the decision to classify and charge properties with a single family residence as single family instead of non-single family if they do live on the property. So in this case, we went back in and verified with the tax office and with tax records that they do in fact have a home on the property. And then we went through the process and were able to change their bill from non-single family to a tier 3. Next slide. And I'm going to turn it over to Keith Redling with Raftellus to talk a little bit more about our credit program.
Good morning, members of the County Commissioners. I'm Keith Redling, Executive Vice President and Director of Stormwater Management Consulting for Raftellus, operating today from the guest bedroom in Cary, where I live. Quick refresher, credits are a reduction in a stormwater charge that is provided to a ratepayer because something on their property has caused their demand for stormwater service to be reduced. And it's not just their impervious area change. So if you think about it, our rate structure is based on impervious area. And for residential ratepayers, that results in one of 3 flat charges. For agricultural properties with a home on the lot, it's the same. And for all other properties, the bill is based on multiples of 4,300 square feet of impervious area. A credit would be a reduction in a bill because a ratepayer has done something with their property that reduces their demand on the county. We currently don't have any stormwater fee credits, and we're working on justifiable and equitable solutions to roll out a credit program next year. Because our bills are annual, we have a fair amount of time to do that. We have until next August. And when we do come up with a recommendation for a credits program for the county, ultimately it will be the obligation of your body to amend the ordinance to incorporate credit language into the rate structure. Just a quick run through on some of your peers on the next slide. Nationally, about 50% of stormwater utility programs offer credits. And the majority of the programs in North Carolina do offer credits. You can see on the table over here. It's relatively typical for those programs that do offer fee credits that the credits are not available to residential ratepayers. And the typical reason for that is that the residential rate structure is simplified, in your case, to 3 flat rates. Our maximum charge under the current rates is $48 a year. And you can see, for example, the city of Durham has a credits program. It's not applicable to residential ratepayers, only non-res. For programs that do offer credits, participation levels tend to be relatively low. And one reason is that the stormwater fees tend to be relatively low in most places, and the effort required on the part of a ratepayer to qualify for a credit might seem like more effort to them than the value of the discount. And the majority of the programs that offer credits have a cap. And what I mean by that is it would be normal for a financial advisor like me to help do an analysis with your technical staff that comes up with a maximum credit percentage on the theory that ratepayers who have developed property are not actually able to do enough on their property to drop their demand for service to zero. That they might achieve a reduction in demand, but that the reduction would be less than 100%, and they would not be able to get 100% discount on their bill. So that's how they work and how some of your peers stack up. On the next slide, we'll look specifically at credits for agriculture and silviculture programs. One of the things that the commissioners have shown some interest in from the beginning is how we might incentivize good practices on ag and silviculture land and give a generous credit to those ratepayers if possible. These types of credits aren't very common, but we do know of some programs that offer them. One of the ones that I'm familiar with is the regional stormwater utility that covers Cleveland and surrounding areas in Ohio. They have credits for agriculture and silviculture that are capped at 25%. And these credits are based on participation in on the part of the rate-paying properties in different kinds of programs, including a nutrient management program, a grazing plan, forest management, or conservation plans. And a credit, something like this, is something that we could consider for Durham County. The one at Northeast Ohio capped at 25% discount. The customers need to reapply every year as their participation in these programs can vary. And it's not particularly well attended by ratepayers. I don't think that necessarily means it's a bad idea. It's just that, as with what I said a minute ago, the rates are not so high in this particular utility that a typical ratepayer would imagine to go through much work to get the discount. Next slide. A few more things about agriculture and silviculture credits. agriculture already has state requirements for reduction from runoff from existing uses. And so that kind of turns out to be a little bit of a double-edged sword. On the one hand, what that would suggest is that agricultural runoff has been shown to be somewhat problematic for nutrient management for nitrogen and phosphorus, and therefore agricultural land use has gotten some attention on the regulatory front. On the other hand, the idea that agricultural and silvicultural properties would be undertaking activities to meet these requirements would suggest they'd be in a position to get a credit once we come up with a credit program. So what we're really grappling with right now, and again, we have some time because it's a once-a-year bill, is how would a program work? How could we make it easy for agriculture and silviculture to participate so that there are minimal barriers to entry? And then what would be an appropriate credit level to grant? And next slide. There are a few downsides to it, and I think we can outrun each one. One is there are other types of land use in the unincorporated county that already have certain kinds of regulatory requirements placed on them too, federal and state among them. Another is, no matter how we set up a credits program like this, it would take some effort on the part of the ratepayers to participate. So if we think about kind of the bounding conditions for this, a really simple approach that we took might be cost effective for the county to undertake, but it could be subject to a lot of challenges on the technical basis. If we make an agriculture and silviculture credit really complicated mathematically and founded on nutrient runoff and science, then we could end up with a very defensible technical approach to how we run our program, but it could end up creating a lot of barriers to participation and entry on the part of the agricultural community, and it could consume a lot of staff time in reviewing credit applications and things like that. The bottom line is a credits program is a refinement of the fairness and equity of the stormwater fee. The higher your rates are, the more important those refinements become. And in the near term, rolling out a credits program is going to create some staff cost and reduce your revenue. It's not going to reduce the county's cost of compliance with the phase one costs, because the existing activities that are underway on all these properties are baked into the cake on that already. So we're working on it. We will have a program for next year, and that's the piece on credits.
Thanks, Keith. So to kind of change topics a little bit, we did want to update and get some feedback, particularly on this piece. And I will certainly welcome Commissioner Reckhow to chime in here, as she's been intimately involved with this with the Upper Neuse River Basin Association as well. Within the Falls Lake rules, particularly under stage one, there is an option for joint compliance among the watershed, the municipalities and counties within the watershed. And the UNRBA has been working on what they're calling the interim alternative implementation approach. I'm going to call it the IAIA for simplification's sake. But that is a financial approach versus a nutrient loading approach. So basically, under the rules, the county is required to implement activities that will reduce our nutrients in the watershed, specifically under stage one. I have an exact amount. We know what we have to do to reduce them. And we have a general idea of what that will cost. As do all the other communities in the watershed who have worked with the state to account for those nutrient goals. And there's a variety of costs associated with those. But what the UNRBA has worked with the state to propose is this alternative joint compliance approach that, again, is a financial approach. It's based on Granville County coming up and saying, we'd be willing to put in $100,000 per year towards a joint compliance approach. And then you can see here that if Granville County puts in $100,000, using the formula that the UNRBA uses to calculate our annual dues, they extrapolated out what all of the communities in the watershed would then need to contribute annually towards this financial approach of joint compliance. You can see the county's commitment would be $133,300 annually in order for us to be a part of the IAIA. This is, you can see what other communities pay. The UNRBA's dues model is based on the amount of area in the watershed of these communities, as well, and that's approximately 40% of the dues, and then another 50% of the dues are with the amount of intake of the water utilities in the watershed, which at this point only consists of the city of Durham, the town of Hillsborough, and the South Granville Water and Sewer Authority are the only ones that actually use water in the watershed. Durham County does not, because we do not provide water to our community. Next slide, please. I'll talk a little bit more about what the IAIA means. So under the IAIA, again, we would have a financial commitment of $133,000, roughly $133,000. There are several ways in which we can meet that goal. Here are listed some of the eligible activities that we could choose to spend those dollars on in Durham County in order to meet that goal. You can see here there are stormwater control measures, many of which were on that list in the earlier slide. Green infrastructure, stream and riparian buffer restoration, some programmatic measures such as dealing with on-site wastewater or waste management, infrastructure, illicit discharge detection and elimination, land conservation, parentheses, we have in high priority areas, which are defined in the rules, floodplain restoration, greenways and parks that have that water quality and quantity benefit, as well as flooding reduction and operation and maintenance of our long-term practices, meaning we don't just implement something, we actually have to make sure it continues to operate over a long period of time. Next slide, please. So how do we comply? Again, we have a commitment, if we choose to join, of $133,000 per year, and we can meet compliance through several means. We can self-fund projects, meaning we can choose to do projects in Durham County that meet the goals of the previous slide, that are those kinds of projects, and all that funding that goes into those projects, from the planning to the land acquisition, construction, again, operation and maintenance, all of those things can be counted towards our annual commitment. We can do interlocal agreements and joint fund projects. We could work with, the city of Durham and choose a project that we, fund together. It doesn't have to be the city of Durham. We could work with the city of Raleigh. We could work with, Granville County, Creedmoor, any of the jurisdictions within the watershed. We could choose to work with them on a project. We can also do that through funding existing programs that are specific to water quality and watershed improvement. Or we could choose, and hopefully I didn't lose you here, or we could choose to contribute simply to a pool of program funds that will be used by the UNRBA for other projects. So, it really boils down to, we can do things in Durham County, or we could just turn over and spend our money locally through all the things that we want to do, or we could basically write a check for $133,300 and turn that over to the UNRBA, and we would be in compliance. Next slide, please. So what are the next steps in the IAIA? So the UNRBA has a board meeting coming up in November, in a couple of weeks, and they are looking for all of the communities in the UNRBA to provide them some sort of intent whether or not they're going to participate. And so, that's something they'll be looking for. The reason is, you'll see the next bullet here, is that the state is scheduled to adopt the Falls Lake Falls Stage 1 model program. They're scheduled to bring it to the EMC, the Environmental Management Commission, in January of 2021. If the EMC approves it at that time, all jurisdictions within the Falls watershed under the Falls rules will have 6 months to adopt a local program. This being an alternative approach, we can simply, instead of adopting our local program that falls under what the state has, all the requirements of a local program, we can say, we're going to enter into an interlocal agreement through the UNRBA with other watersheds to participate in the IAIA, and that will meet our requirements under the new model program. There's a 5-year initial commitment to this. This is just to ease the administrative burdens of the folks at the UNRBA and to really allow them to see what the allocation of funds are going to be. And then we will begin compliance activities in FY22. It's worth pointing out again that those compliance activities are going to be required whether under the IAIA or under our own program around the beginning of FY22, because under the rules we will have that 6 months after the adoption of the model program by the EMC for us to begin our own activities. And then there are some annual reporting documentation things that would be required under the model program guidelines. Again, those are things that if we participate in the IAIA, we'd have certain requirements. We'd do a lot of our reporting through the UNRBA, or if we chose to remain on our own and do our own program, we would have another set of guidelines for how we would do our annual reporting.
Brian, if I could just jump in here.
Yes,
isn't it correct that part of the reason this is happening is that there was a lack of action on behalf of the state? The state was supposed to have issued a model program several years ago, and they kept putting it off. So during this stage 1, which we're in, we didn't get the guidance from the state of what we were supposed to do. So the UNRBA is now basically saying we have taken a number of things through the state process to get approved as being beneficial. So now we have this cookbook approach of things that we can use, actions we can take that will help water quality. Because the state hasn't issued one, we're now saying, okay, we're going to come together and commit to a fair share approach using the cookbook of guidelines that the state did approve based on all the research we did, and then go ahead and do it, and rather than sit like sitting ducks and wait for them to eventually put something on us. Wouldn't you say that that's kind of the behind the scenes? And that
yes, that's very accurate. Okay.
And so this stormwater utility helps us out in that it's providing funds for us to then apply to, if you go back a few slides, Ryan, to the various initiatives we could undertake that would be helpful to the watershed and have been approved by the state as being beneficial.
And yeah, if Monica, if you want to, or whoever's running the slides, if you want to go back a couple, I would point out maybe one more. Let's see. Yes, this one. So one thing I do think is worth pointing out, and if you have copies of the presentation, you kind of want to flip back and forth a little bit. One of the benefits, I believe, of the IAI is that this list is actually a little more broad and gives us a little more freedom to do some things that we might not have been able to specifically under the rules. Again, there are state approved practices, which Commissioner Eckhow, pointed out, but things like land conservation is not a currently approved practice by the state. So we can look to land conservation as one place where we can, use our funds. Some of the infrastructure improvement and things like that these are not things that are listed and are not activities for which we could get credit under the state approved practices. So we have a little bit bigger toolbox in the IAIA than we would if we kind of go it on our own.
So in that regard, Ryan, do you feel comfortable that going with adding a few things in here will be okay, that the state will kind of give us credit and we'll be okay using them, as opposed to the ones like some of these other ones that they did approve, the stream and riparian buffer restoration, et cetera?
So short answer is yes. The long answer is, and this is kind of jumping a little bit to our kind of next steps, but that's okay. What we are currently doing is looking to retain a consultant team to help us develop what I'm calling a rubric for project selection as we move forward, taking into account the priorities of our program that include, particularly in this case, compliance and efficiency. Those are two things that we are big part of our program we see going forward with how we spend these utility dollars. And so part of our goal will be to look for projects that will not only meet and be a part of the things that are eligible under the IAIA, but that may benefit us in the long run as we look towards stage 2 of the falls rules, so that we can kind of earn as much credit early on as quickly and as efficiently as we possibly can in order to best address not only what's required under the current rules, but what may be required under stage 2 of the falls rules, so that we can ultimately, hopefully, keep our utility rates lower in the long term. So, that's really what we're looking to do with our, as some of our next steps.
And while you're on that slide, I just want to say this stream and riparian buffer restoration, I hope that you will consider working with our soil and water conservation district staff, because they have a lot of experience with that. And they also have access to grant money where they can leverage what we're putting in, and we might be able to do something more significant.
Absolutely. And that's, I've already started that conversation with Eddie and Lisa. So, yeah.
Yeah, Ryan, just in the interest of time, because we still have other items on our agenda, if we could let you finish your report, and let's all hold our comments and questions till you're done.
Yeah. So just really quickly on the next steps, though, I believe Commissioner Eckhow is our board member to the NRBA. She's the one that would be, I guess, ultimately making the county's commitment to participate, or at least the intent to participate. We can come back to it, and the rest of you, the commissioners, can participate in that discussion. If we go to the next slide, it's my last one, I believe. Yes. So again, just our next steps are to continue our customer service, like Mackenzie talked about. We're going to continue to answer our emails and phone calls and questions we get with regards to the utility. As Keith talked about, we have about, not quite a year, but we're going to continue to develop our credit options. And then again, as I just mentioned, we're looking to retain some consultant assistance to help us with identifying and selecting projects and a selection methodology or rubric that will be consistent with these, these guiding principles of compliance, efficiency, resiliency, and environmental justice. And with that, I'll be happy to turn it over to discussion.
So thank you so much, Mackenzie and Ryan. You just gave us a whole a lot of information for us to absorb, but really appreciate everybody's comments, all three of you, including you, Keith. Very, very thoughtful, and really appreciate how you've shared your thought processes and all the different things that you are weighing and that everybody has put into thinking about these complex issues. So really helpful. So I think number one is for us to give feedback related to the stormwater fee, any comments or inputs about that, the process, and what everyone's looking at in terms of the credit program. And then number two is for us to give feedback, the second part related to the IAIA. And I know this recommendation from you, Ryan, is that we do participate. And so let's try to give feedback on both of these that were part of this report. Commissioner Carter.
Yeah, thank you. Really interesting report. It always is. And I really mean that. I mean, it's sort of technical and dry, but I find it interesting for some reason, and really do also kind of have to hang on really intently to be sure I'm understanding it and following it. Let me see, a couple of questions. Just to be clear, potential credits for agriculture, that is only for non-residential, only for agriculture that's already not qualifying for the non-residential. Would only be the non-residential agriculture.
Well,
is that right?
That decision is yet to be made. The norm would be for ratepayers who would be participating in the flat rate categories, that the credit program, the juice is just not worth the squeeze, basically. So under a rate structure where the most you could pay is $48 a year, to imagine participation in a technical program to reduce that is probably going to cost more staff time than the improvement in outcome. So my advice right now, unless something significant changed, would be to roll it out for the ratepayers who are paying the commercial rate only. And for ag, that means the ones that don't have a house.
Well, and that also sort of makes some sense because the residential program already has a credit of sorts by virtue of the three different tiers, the three tiers. So I think what you're recommending on that count makes sense. And I'm afraid I'm missing something basic here on this interim alternative implementation approach. What's the other alternative? Like, this is one alternative, right? They're calling it an alternative. Does that mean that is the only other alternative that we don't do it at all? We don't participate in that different way of the financial approach versus the nutrient approach?
So the difference is, and fortunately, we the county have an idea of, we know what has been approved by the state as far as what our reduction requirements are. Kind of back to what Commissioner Reckow was saying earlier, one of the challenges with the state has been that they have not been able to determine what the nutrient requirements are for all of the jurisdictions. And so that creates a bit of unfairness as well as some ambiguity. The requirements would be that we work within that list of approved measures that have credits for nutrients that to meet the county's goals specifically. So we would all so one, the alternative is a little bit, or I guess not the alternative, going by the model program is a little more limiting in what we can do. For example, land conservation, just conserving land won't obtain us any credit under the model program. But if we participate in the II, land conservation actually would meet one of our requirements, or we could use funds that we use towards land conservation towards our commitment under the IAIA. And so the model programs requirements are a little more strict, and I would argue slightly less fair to the county. I also would argue they will be more expensive to the county in the long term.
Well, by all means, then let's go with the IAIA. When I first was scanning through your presentation in preparation for this meeting, though, I really got it wrong. I was really thinking that this was an alternative to the stormwater fee. You know, this was an alternative to meeting the nutrient requirements that didn't involve us doing the stormwater fee. And I thought, well, this seems like a much better deal, right? So I was totally off base there, just to be clear, right?
It is, you know, we the utility fee still would essentially fund the activities that we have to do under the II. So we still have to do these activities. We would still need staff time and staffing to, you know, do the project management associated with these activities, to do the design and other pieces of the planning efforts of these activities. And so that's a piece of what the utility pays for, in addition to the, you know, $133,000 commitment that, you know, annual commitment that we would be making. So, and I can understand that this presentation had a lot of little pieces that when, you know, if looked at in that way, may be slightly disjointed, only because we were trying to update you on a number of different things.
No, it was great. It was really good. And I really thank you for the work that you've done to engage with the community. You know, I was at the farmland board when you presented there, and, you know, there were a lot of concern from that group. And I thought you all did a great job of being forthright and, you know, honest and addressing their concerns as best that you could, really explaining it. And I mean, I would just say I have felt like I'm a big fan of the credit program, but I mean, and I'm not saying I'm not, but I do hear you when you're saying that the, you know, the cost of participation on the part of the commercial property, the agriculture commercial property owner, may be more than it's worth. And also it's going to take a lot of staff time. And so, you know, if you all were to come back to us and say you didn't think that, you know, on balance that the benefit was going to outweigh the cost, I, you know, would be able to understand what you're saying, I guess.
Okay, that's good to know. And I think, you know, as Keith put it, well, you know, especially with, you know, the lower rates that we're currently experiencing, you know, we may not be, you know, the cost efficiency just may not be there at all. You know, we may have a few years until we look at, you know, increased rates, or even maybe significantly increased rates, depending on what stage 2 ultimately looks like. And that may be where we really start to ramp up our efforts to look at credit. You know, I've said many times that the other piece of this is we want to make sure that we are giving credits for things that the county can take credit for, so that, you know, we want to make sure that if we are reducing our revenues, we're also able to reduce our costs in a way that, and our compliance costs specifically, in a way that we can, you know, hopefully keep our rates at a lower level. But so those are the kinds of things we need to continue to investigate as we, you know, as we continue to evaluate what's ultimately going to be, you know, required of the county.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Questions, comments from any other board members? So I will just add, I guess one question I have is the projects that we could fund through the IAIA, and that we also are through the revenue we get from the stormwater program. Can they take place on private property? For instance, could we be working with our farmers on putting, some of those things that were on that list? So what is that, can that happen?
I believe so. I'd have to check for sure to make sure, but I don't necessarily see a reason why not. So long as the county was providing the funds that kind of meet that funding level. I don't see why we couldn't do that. Certainly we would have to evaluate, the equity and fairness of doing those kinds of things. But I don't see a reason why we couldn't do some things like that.
Yeah, and I guess I would just encourage you all to work. I know Commissioner Reckham mentioned soil and water, but are you working closely with soil and water right now on all of these things?
Yes, ma'am. We've started having those conversations. When we first had the conversations, we hadn't even seen the tax bill. Tax bills hadn't even gone out yet. But we continue to work closely with them whenever possible. That's certainly because again, that back to our I don't want to be just harp on this, but kind of back to our personal our priorities and our efficiency being one of those. We want to make sure that the ratepayer dollars are spent as efficiently as possible. And if that means, we know that probably does mean working with within existing programs, with existing staff, with soil and water and other groups in the county. And so that's something we're going to be continually evaluating and looking to be as efficient with those dollars as possible.
Right. Yeah, because we've got in soil and water, Mike Dupree, who does outreach to farmers, and certainly Eddie does too, Eddie Culberson, but then also our cooperative extension has just hired a farm outreach person as well, a new position. So obviously you all can't do everything, although you're doing a lot. But yeah, making use of the connections that we have, especially during COVID, it's hard to do the outreach. But I know that the biggest, the most I've heard from is from farmers who feel like, and you mentioned this, Ryan, the rules, or maybe it was Keith, maybe you mentioned it as well, that there's a lot of compliance that they're already having to comply with. And so I think to some of them, it feels like they get kind of the double whammy with that. And so I'm very sensitive to that. Again, to me, there are small businesses, and we want to make sure we're doing whatever we can so they can stay in business as farmers. I know that's a priority as well. So we don't want to have counteracting priorities in Durham County government, right? We need to address this need, but at the same time, we don't want to hurt our farmer. We want them to be able to thrive as well. So I think I hear that thoughtfulness that you're putting into it, Keith, when you're looking at other programs and what's going to make sense. I totally agree with you. Let's look at compliance that's already happening, or what makes the most sense from just a operational point of view and all that. So and trying to look at my list here. Well, anyway, I think we've covered a lot, and I think I would imagine we have consensus. I support your recommendation, Ryan. I heard Commissioner Carter, Commissioner Reckhouse on the UNRBA, but unless I hear otherwise, it sounds like there's consensus with your recommendation to move forward with the IAIA. And do you need any other guidance from us at this point related to the looking at the credit program?
I don't think so. I think we've gotten some good feedback as we continue to work with our team on that going forward.
Okay, and I just had one question, Mackenzie. You mentioned how the digitizing was really helpful. Do you feel like that's something that every few years we'll have to go back and redo? Because as you said, buildings, yeah.
So we're in the process of hiring a GIS analyst for our division specifically, obviously available to engineering and anyone else that needs their services. But one of our big goals for this position that will be to go through, whether it's annually or sort of on a regular basis, when we get new aerials or when we have new development projects that come in, and keep a database updated with changes to impervious so that we can track it internally and sort of do this on a rolling basis every year.
Okay, great. And this has given me an opportunity. I haven't, you can't see it. Can you? I don't know how to do this.
Is it the mailer?
It's your stormwater report. I don't know how to do it. Oh, here we go. I've been wanting to bring this up. So since Mackenzie, you and Ryan are on here, oh gosh, how do I do this?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, anyway, I just wanted to say great job on your performance annual report, Triangle Wastewater Treatment Plant report, and how all the groundbreaking work that you guys do. I wanted to highlight your 207.4 million gallons of reused wastewater, and the, let's see, 5,120 wet tons per year of biological residuals that you turned into 900. Oh, well, I don't even know what it is, the amount, but you turned into the biosolids that then could be used as soil amendments. So you all continue to be so innovative and environmentally sustainable. And I know it's not sexy, but as Commissioner Carter said, I find this stuff exciting and interesting too. So thank you all. All right, so thank you everyone who's been a part of this project and continues to be, all of your expertise, everybody, all the consultants. And I know we have you guys next for the stormwater ordinance update. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
We won't be as long-winded on this one.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mackenzie's going to handle this one for now. So.
All right. So as you just mentioned, we have drafted some changes to the Durham County Stormwater Ordinance, and we just wanted to go over what those changes are and what we're hoping to do with the ordinance. Next slide. All right, so we have several minor changes. Overall, we just wanted to reorganize some of the sections for a little bit better of a flow from the current ordinance. We made some modifications to align with some state laws that have changed in the last couple of years. And we also added some exemptions for smaller projects. The two major changes, which I really would like to focus on today, we're changing our process for stream determination requests and bringing that in-house. And then we're also changing the permitting process that we currently have to have a little bit more control over when construction begins, as well as a permit issuance once as-built have been submitted. Next slide. So just to touch on the reorganization really quickly, we moved the definitions to the beginning of the ordinance. we added a section for exemptions prior to the design standards. And this, like I said before, the exemptions really will apply to smaller projects. And then we reorganized just the way the design standards were written to be by design requirement instead of by watershed. So we have, a water quantity section and a water quality section, as well as a few others. Next slide. So some of the modifications to align with state law changes, we changed the reference to the North Carolina DEQ Stormwater Design Manual, and that incorporates what are called the minimum design criteria, which are basically the basics for designing each stormwater control measure. They have a chapter for everyone that they have approved, for example, bioretention, wet pond, dry pond. And it also requires the use of a primary stormwater control measure. And those are essentially the ones that I just listed, but those are the ones that can really get you your water quality and your water quantity. So we updated some of that language and added those definitions to our ordinance. The state has also changed the terminology for peak flow, and they've replaced it with runoff treatment and runoff volume match. So we've also updated that. And this really provides developers and projects more options to meet the requirements. And it also has a section that really encourages low density development. So hopefully we might start to see some more of that in Durham. And then as we've discussed in the past, the Jordan Lake water quality rules are on hold. That language has been in our ordinance. It was never taken out, and we just disregard it during plan review. But we've just removed that section. And as soon as those rules are readopted and we know exactly what those requirements will be, we of course will add them back in. Next slide. So as I said, new exemptions, we didn't really have a specific exemption section before. This aligns pretty closely with the City of Durham stormwater and how they have exemptions for smaller projects. So basically, if you meet these requirements, less than 12,000 square feet of disturbance, and I would point out that 12,000 is also our threshold for requiring an erosion control land disturbance permit. So if they don't need a permit and they meet the following requirements, they won't need to do stormwater. Less than 500 square feet of new impervious and no new structural stormwater conveyance. And what that means is basically if they're not installing any new inlets or storm drains or any modifications to a stormwater control measure, then that's something that we don't want to hold up in review time and require permit fees and all of that. So these smaller projects are things that aren't going to have a huge impact and we would like to just have as exemption. And then sort of separately, the nutrient strategy rules for Neuse and Falls, they have their own exempt requirements basically, which is based on development size. And those are currently in our ordinance and those are also remaining exactly the same in the draft revision as well. Next slide. So here's, like I said, one of the major things that we would like to change are stream determinations. And I don't know how familiar you are with the stream determination process, but we can basically look at it as if you have a property, a developer who buys a property and the USGS map, for example, shows a stream running right through that property and say it maybe has 100-foot buffers. If they've gone out and walked the site and say there's no stream out there, I've been out there and it could be an older feature from several decades ago that is no longer there, they can submit a stream determination process. And what that is a field evaluation and a scoring based on a state scorecard that they have developed to determine if that feature is still there, what type of a stream it is, and what those buffers would be. So the current process is an engineer or developer or a landowner would submit the application with a fee directly to us. We then have a short list of consultants that we've used in the past. So we develop an RFP, we send that out, we give them some time to respond, then we review the responses and we choose one of the consultants, usually based on the low bid that gets submitted. And then we start the contract process and we have to get a contract between the county and the consultant. Then the consultant goes out and does the field work, and they write their final report. We've been finding that this is taking, 45 to 60 days, sometimes even longer. So the proposed process is to just bring all of this in-house. They would still submit the application and submit the fee. Our own stormwater staff would go out and complete the site determination, walk the stream, fill out the scorecard, develop the report, and then we would issue it to the applicant. And we're hoping, and keep in mind, a lot of the stream determination field work is dependent on weather. You can't do it within a certain time frame of a big rainfall event, because then that may skew your scoring of the stream. But we're hoping to really get this time frame under 30 days, since we can keep it all in house and can sort of take the contracting process out of it. Next slide. So as I said, we'll definitely, we think it will shorten the process. We're very confident it'll shorten the process. We won't need to do contracts. Right now, that application fee, we basically then just turn it around and pay it to the consultant. This will give us the opportunity to not have to be dealing with paying consultants and contracts. And then we also, to complete a stream determination for the state, you need the surface water identification certification. I have that certification, as well as Ryan, as well as one other staff member within stormwater and erosion control. So we have 3 total right now, and we're confident we have another staff member. If COVID allows this class to start up again, we would like her to get certified as well. So we'll have, hopefully within the next year, 4 staff members that are qualified to do these determinations and complete them in-house. Next slide. The other major change I wanted to talk about is our permitting. Our permitting right now is a little bit different from a lot of other local governments in our area. What we currently do for our process is we get a site plan approval, and then they get a construction drawing approval. Then they go out and build the development. Once the development is done and stormwater control measures have been installed, they submit to us an as-built drawing, which is basically a survey saying, hey, we went out, we built this wet pond, it's per the plans. We review it and certify that, and then we issue them a 10-year operational permit. And the requirements of that permit are they need to submit to us an annual inspection every year, basically certifying that the stormwater control measure is being maintained and it's still functioning as it was designed. The proposed process is pretty much the same, but we would like to add a step after construction drawing approval to have a requirement for a stormwater construction permit. And if you notice, that's the one step that's missing from the current process. And really the importance of that is so that we can issue a permit for them to begin work. Similar to the erosion control side, a developer can't go out and begin work and clearing a site until they've gotten an actual permit from us. And it'll give us a little bit more, I guess I would call it a little bit more teeth and authority to make sure that they're installing it as the construction drawings have been approved. Next slide. One thing that we plan to do, which is very normal for other municipalities and local governments around us, is work with city county building inspections to allow being able to hold the full certificate of occupancy until they have completed installation of the stormwater control measure and submitted to us the appropriate documentation. And like I mentioned previously, the construction permit would be required to be issued beginning before construction to ensure the proper design has been approved. And one good thing for this is it could likely be issued to a contractor instead of a property owner, but there is flexibility there. And then the operational permit would remain as is, valid for 10 years with annual requirements to make sure that their stormwater control measures are being maintained and still functioning. Next slide. And with that, we'll take any questions. Particularly, I'd like to hear feedback about bringing stream determinations in-house since we do have these certified employees.
Thank you, Mackenzie. And I also want to acknowledge Larissa Williamson, our senior, I'm trying to get your title right, Larissa, senior assistant county attorney, right? Okay.
Yes, senior assistant.
Thank you. And because I know Larissa has been intimately involved with the rewriting of this ordinance, revising of it, and just all of the stormwater issues, stormwater and erosion control issues in East Durham that you have been leading, Larissa. So I really want to acknowledge you being a partner with Mackenzie and Ryan on this. So thank you. And I just want to applaud you all for all the initiative that you're taking to just improve the process, but also in the end, it sounds like make sure that we're going to be better controlling our water quality and our, erosion, sedimentation, erosion control. I mean, these things are, again, not sexy, but they are so fundamental for protecting our environment and protecting our water quality and the quality of life, because we know what's happened in so many parts of Durham. We county commissioners, we get emails and phone calls from residents who their own property is being impacted, their own well-being, when things are just not done right. So I just appreciate these new processes that you're putting in place to just make sure things are going to be done correctly. So thank you. Any questions or comments from board members? Okay, I think that means a thumbs up.
All right.
We'll take it.
So this will be, I guess, on our agenda at our next meeting for adoption.
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna confirm, but we're gonna try to get it on for the next meeting, and I believe a public hearing as well, since the ordinance change.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Great job,
Thank
you
you.
all. Okay, next we have the Junction Road site update, and I believe that is with Jay Gibson and Perry Mans.
Good morning, Chair. We're glad to be with you today, and we would ask, thank you, Monica, you're reading my mind. This is going to be a little bit of a back to the future report. Some years ago, we started in on a Junction Road project, and now that has taken on some new meaning around some of the county needs, and we'll be glad to cover all that today. Next slide, please. So what we have planned today, Commissioners, we're going to go through the background and status of some of the prior information. We'll talk about some of the things that got us to the place we were. And then Perry will be discussing some of the next steps going towards the future out here that are being evaluated. And then obviously some time for a discussion and questions that you may have at the end. Next slide, please. Just for orientation, the Junction Road site is within the red circle, more or less center of the screen. The map itself is from the 2013 Industrial Land Study that our planning staff did, that sort of looked at and ranked various industrial lands around the county. So this just sort of orients you, since it's been a while since we've discussed it with you, to where it is in location to other things in the county. Next slide, please. So a little bit of the background, what we're going to be speaking about today is the 40 acres in the blue polygon. You may recall there was also an additional 40 acres the county had optioned. We owned the 60 acres more or less outright. The 40 acres in the rear was optioned. The way we came into this was in the 2014 to 15 timeframe, the county was approached by Harris Beverage to consider taking over development of the site after Harris determined due to other business constraints, they did not want to further develop the site at that time. later on, as the county commissioners elected to move forward in that, we purchased the 60 acres of industrial zoned land, and then also optioned the remaining 40 acres in the rear. The county entered a due diligence process and engaged Stewart and Kimley Horn as our consultant team to assist staff in that process in 2016. And then from 2016 through the winter and spring of 2017, we were engaging the community, having community meetings, and going through various due diligence processes, including traffic studies, accident crash investigations, and things of that nature to best understand, one, what the community's interest was, the community out in the vicinity of this area, and number two, what would be the development constraints, costs, things of that nature associated with bringing this to fruition. Next slide, please. So what you see is a layout you may remember. This was sort of the layout that was presented to the board. The area in green, you can see there were some slopes in here, a blue line stream. This layout was felt back at the time to offer the possibilities of the best chances of trying to make something go. To that end, however, as we went through the due diligence, we found there had been some accidents and crashes, primarily due to speed. The community expressed concerns to us about the safety of school buses and other things in the area related to if this were to be an industrial development. They felt they had already had plenty of industrial in their vicinity and sort of things put on them from a past landfill to different things came up in terms of community concerns about the volume of traffic that might result from a heavy industrial development concept. Based on those and other concerns the community expressed, that opposition, those concerns in those community conversations led us to looking at alternatives as we were directed in August of 2017. And then in September of 2017, we provided the formal, were provided the formal notice of withdrawal from planning that the rezoning for the rear 40 acres, that case had been abandoned. Subsequent to that, the option that the county had placed on the rear 40 acres while the due diligence was being conducted was allowed to expire, leaving again the county with these plus or minus 60 acres of industrial zone land that is really what we're here to talk about today. Next slide, please. And with that, I'll turn it over to Perry to speak of some of the concepts and things that we're looking towards now.
So thank you, Jay. So good afternoon, commissioners. So again, in an attempt to be fiscally responsible, we're looking at potentially siting the animal shelter facility as well as some of our public safety center needs out at this site. Last month, following the animal shelter presentation performed by R&D and Animal Arts, we actually received a confirming letter from that design team stating that the Junction Road site was in fact favorable for the reasons that are sort of listed out in this slide. And of importance, a new animal shelter facility would require 6.2 acres of the 48.62 buildable acres out there. There's also other examples of the site, an animal shelter facility being sited with other potential county needs, as the designers have some excellent examples of that. The site is also within a 4-minute drive of the current animal shelter, which should not be an impact to animal control officer drop-off times. The proposed site is also located near socio-economic areas that will likely have the most needs for the animal shelter services. And, in our attempt to sort of master plan this, what we're thinking is that being that the animal shelter facility is the only public facing or publicly accessible location, it would be at the front of the Junction Road property, and sort of the public safety service center elements that are being continued to be flushed out would be sort of at the rear, sort of behind gated or some type of card access or some secure access system. So next slide, Monica. And just to give you a little bit more background as to the Public Safety Service Center updates. Basically what we're doing is we're sort of continuing to peel the layers of the onion. I think that's the best way to classify this. Currently the sheriff's firing range, you guys know that's under design, and land acquisitions are also underway associated with that. That's currently in the program stage right now. As part of the COVID pandemic, it became apparent to us that our current EOC up on Broad Street was inadequate to allow the appropriate social distancing needed to, I guess, manage that pandemic. And we also received some level of commitment from the city to potentially partner up with the county on doing some type of expansion, renovation, and or addition to the current EOC facility up there. And so what we're doing is we're doing a similar conditions assessment and feasibility study, just like we did on the animal shelter. We're in the process of doing that same thing for the current EOC facility. That report, we hope to have that complete by mid-December. That's going to tell us exactly what we can do in terms of what we can accomplish with the existing EOC facility on that site, of course, taking into consideration the new site plan for the youth home that's being designed. The inevitable happened. We hoped it wouldn't, but it did. We've received notice that the county must be out of the Frudenberg warehouse location by the end of the year. And that's also put considerable constraints on us in terms of the specialized vehicles and equipment storage that we have up there. And so that's another big driver, another big element that needs to be considered as part of this whole Public Safety Service Center component. The fleet maintenance issue still rings loud throughout the county. We're going to have to do something with that. We also have a need for covered surplus property / vehicle storage. That also remains an issue. The bottom line is that once we get the EOC conditions assessment and feasibility study completed, we'll know what we can do actually with the Broad Street location. And then we'll actually have to come back and provide the board, the manager, and others updates during our upcoming CIP presentations. That was certainly our intent all along, and that's what we're spending a lot of time, I guess, doing the necessary due diligence to really determine, what we could accomplish on this site. The depiction that you have there in the slide is just conceptual. That was from one of the earlier studies, but like I said, now based on the fact that we were looking at adding the animal shelter and sort of one way or another figuring out whether the EOC is in or out, this will obviously change as well. But again, the whole site will be sort of master plan, and we'll come back during our CIP discussions with a more appropriate vision, or concept for that.
So, Perry, if I could ask a question. Sure. You said that, because I was curious what the A, B, C, D.
Yeah, please. Yeah, please don't focus on that. At the time, that was from, that was like the office training, the fleet maintenance component, the vehicle storage, the salt barn, sort of that stuff that was associated with the original Public Safety Service Center visioning. Now, based on the fact that we're looking at putting an animal shelter up on this site, like I said, the firing range is being addressed. There's a potential that the EOC could be addressed on its current site. This is going to change. And so that's why it's going to take us probably, I don't know, maybe roughly 2 months to sort of get this concept and master plan sort of wrapped up and packaged as to where we can present it to the board to make decisions about it. Again, the EOC study is going to be complete mid-December. And after that, we'll be able to revisit the program for this Public Safety Service Center in its entirety. And that will allow us to move ahead. So next slide, please, Monica. And so again, just as next steps, like I said, we are in the process of wrapping up that due diligence, all of that, the EOC conditions assessment, feasibility study, the, I guess, master planning or reprogramming, so to speak, of the Public Safety Service Center elements that have not been addressed. Plus, you know, like I said, this new deal with Frudenberg, where we've basically been asked to be out of that location by the end of the calendar year. That also puts us in a dire situation. The county, obviously, we could potentially find space to lease, you know, for this type of storage, but again, it does not address the end game, which is ultimately, we feel that we need to have our own space, you know, to support that. Otherwise, we'll continue to be in lease situations, continue not to be, I guess, prudent with county funds. We might as well try to be fiscally responsible and use what land we currently have. And so again, we'll be coming to you over the next couple of months. We're working with David and Keith to outline a schedule for the CI presentations. But again, the big driver is a determination on what we can do with the EOC and sort of a program verification of these other elements that I've just mentioned. So really, that's where we are. Are there any other questions that the board has?
Thank you so much, Perry. So Perry, do you ever feel bored?
Not in this ever-changing world. Like I said, you know, we took the commissioners on that tour of Frudenberg some time ago, and we were just praying that this never happened. And like I said, it did. So that, again, that just threw another wrinkle in the game. But again, we continue to evolve with it. So, I guess.
Well, you just go from one thing to the next. So, but we're glad that you are where you are, especially because you're always so calm.
Thank you.
Calm, cool, and collected. But I'm just thrilled. I mean, here we bought that Junction Road site, and it's so great to now think about things didn't work out the way we had thought, but now it's such a blessing to have that and to think about reusing it for these other purposes. It's really exciting. Commissioner Rakow.
So thank you, excuse me, thank you for that presentation. And I agree that this may be a good use of that site. I just wanted to mention, maybe you know this already, but I heard last week that the Harris folks may be ready to move ahead with their project. I just wanted to raise it so that you could think about or talk to them. I don't know whether joint access so that there aren't as many curb cuts on Junction or whatever. So just keep that in mind as you do your pre-planning that they may be developing in the future also.
Thank you, Commissioner. That's excellent news. We will certainly follow up with them and get an update on that and make sure that that's a part of our future considerations. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from commissioners? That was a great point, Commissioner Rakow. And Perry, out of the 60-acre site, because I know we've got that stream going through the middle of it, how much of it is actually, and then you've got buffers around with adjacent uses and the residential development, how much is actually usable?
Just over 48 acres of the 59.62 or 75 or whatever that number is buildable acreage.
Okay. And what was the estimated acreage needed for the public safety structure?
We don't have that right now. We know that the animal shelter needs to be 6.2. again, we've sort of peeled some of the elements off of the Public Safety Service Center. You know, for example, that included the EOC, that included emergency management, office training, fleet maintenance. All of that is going to be driven by whether or not we can keep the EOC on its current location. And so, again, that's part of that whole program verification that I've referenced in our.
Okay. And great to hear you say that the city is going to partner with us on that. On
Yes,
the EOC. That's really great news to hear that. And obviously, since we already own the land, some of the projections that we had in the CIP for the Public Safety Center, and also even with the estimate we had just gotten for the animal shelter, that will help with the projected costs for those projects as well.
That was the intent.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, great news. And when will you bringing this back to us?
We're thinking probably around February. Like I said, we're working with David and Keith to try to get the schedule lined up, but I anticipate we'll be close to having everything we need to sort of package that presentation to you around February.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. And next item is board discussion of a letter of support for Alliance Health Tailored Plan application. And I believe we have, do we have Ann with us or Rob Robinson on this? Are either of them here with us? Oh, there's Rob.
Rob is here.
I'm here. Great, Rob. Rob, I got really worried when I saw you on the list this morning at 9 o'clock. And I said, tell him not to wait for us. We're going to be hours from now.
I've been on and off. Thank you.
Yeah. So Rob, why don't you give everybody just a quick overview, and then we'll let Commissioner Carter chime in since she is a member of the Alliance Board.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs. So I think you're aware that Medicaid transformation is underway. Part of the Medicaid transformation plan is to establish what's called Taylor plans, and that's management of individuals with Medicaid with severe mental health, substance use, and intellectual and developmental disabilities. Next week, the state is going to be issuing an RFA, a request for application to all LME MCOs. It'll be a rather robust application. The only plan for Alliance is to become a Taylor plan. If we don't get through this RFA process, we will most likely no longer exist. So this is really important to us and our organization and our members and providers. So we want the strongest application possible. We think getting a letter of support from Durham County would be advantageous for us in our application process if we do the same. So I've submitted one for your consideration and would love your approval. And just so you know, we're submitting to Durham County. You're the first on the list, but we'll also we submitted one to Wake, and one's going to go to Cumberland and Johnson as well. And those are the 4 counties we're responsible for. So I'll stop there, see if there's questions, comments, and anything else I can add.
Commissioner Carter, anything for you to add?
I would only add the obvious that, you know, Alliance is one of our key essential partners in the provision of behavioral health services to some of our most vulnerable, you know, neighbors. And we want to be able to continue our relationship with them as this key partner. And so we definitely want them to be able to have a strong application here. So they'll will indeed be selected.
Yes, thank you.
Strongly
Thank
support us.
Yes, thank you, Rob and Commissioner Carter. And I'm familiar with this because of there's been a lot of discussion at DSS about it, and also the Durham Directors Group. And it's really important because there are some people that are going to need much, you know, they're going to need more help than is, and that's why the Taylor plans are really important, because they offer additional support to those people who really need it. And I think if you had a chance to look at the letter, it really highlights the way Alliance has been so innovative to work with us, the way we have the Coming Home project for our returning residents to get housing. We have the behavioral health urgent care, walk-in center, which we're only one of 2 counties that have that. There's just so many things that we've done with Alliance to really meet the needs in our community. So I'm grateful for that partnership and all the work that, I don't know if Anna's on here, but that the partnership around McDougall Terrace was huge, really huge, going around to all the hotels and providing mental health support for months was really important. Any comments or from commissioners? Is everybody on board with this?
Yeah.
Can we do a thumbs up? Okay. All right. We're thumbs up, Rob.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so
Okay.
much. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay. So just let us know when you need it and we'll get it done.
Okay. All right, I'll do that. Thank you. Thank you again.
Okay, I know it's time
You're
sensitive.
welcome.
Yeah, just let us know and we'll take care of it. All right, thank you so much. Okay, last item on our agenda is the directives.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I think the directives are relatively up to date. I hope that the link worked for everybody. I know we've had some ups and downs with that, but usually when I've checked in more specifically, people have been able to get it to work. So I'll stop there and see if there are any questions. One thing I did want to mention, there were so many directives in the revised minutes from September 8th regarding hazard pay that I put them in a separate document and linked to that document rather than cluttering up the directive sheet. So I hope that sublink will work. I don't know if anybody tried that, but it was so much verbiage, it was hard to use our concise document to do it directly.
So I didn't see that. When did you do that, Drew?
Probably a week ago.
Oh, you did? Okay. All right, I have to go back and look again because I did not notice that. Okay, but thank you for doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? I just wanted to check in, Deborah. I know you've told us, and I can't remember because I think it needs to be updated on the directives because it says October. But I know you're working on a language access plan or
Yes,
proposed.
I am developing a language equity policy. I'm working with Michael Davis, Lisa Morochek, and Dawn Dudley. We have Quayle involved. And again, the important thing is we want to cover all of our bases, the hearing impaired, different languages. We've pulled in some policies from some other jurisdictions that we have reviewed. We have pulled together some of the best elements. And so we're actually working on that now. So the goal is to get the policy pulled together first so that we have covered all our bases, and then work on an implementation plan, which of course will include funding. The other thing that I've done around that issue is we've worked with Granicus, our provider who works to broadcast our meetings, to find out if they can do closed captioning for us, because that's another important element of what we need to be providing. And so we had a presentation about 2 weeks ago. We're in the process of responding to some questions, and then we will get an estimate that we can bring forward. So the work is ongoing.
Well, that's fantastic, Deborah. I appreciate that you are taking a very deep approach to it and, doing it the right way. So,
yep, that was our goal. We didn't want to just rush into something. We wanted it to be comprehensive and follow the law.
Right. And so I'm sorry, did you say you also are looking at the city's policy too?
Yes, that was actually one of the documents that we got that we're reviewing. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, because we can certainly learn from them. and some of the things that they've learned as they've tried to implement this. So, well, great. Okay, well, that's exciting. So when are you thinking that it will come back to us so we can get the correct date on the direct?
Well, you know, my bandwidth is short. I've got one person down and another person on maternity leave. So I am struggling with a few projects. So I've got the legislative process that I'm in the middle of, but we are meeting every week trying to push through. So at least another month.
Okay, well, that's fine. Like you said, it's better to do it the right way. And I didn't realize you were struggling that way with staff. Wow. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
It's very exciting. And I guess another issue I was going to ask about related to you, which now I can see what you're dealing with, was the MBK Advisory Committee discussion that had been brought to us.
Yes, I actually met with Edmund and DeWarren on the 26th, and we began a planning process. And then unfortunately, Edmund has been out because he lost his sister. And so I'm kind of having to put that on hold right now until Edmund gets back into the office. Yeah.
Wow, I'm sorry to hear that.
Very unfortunate.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for being a part of that process as well.
Certainly.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So any other things and anything else in the directives that commissioners wanted to follow up on? And everybody was able to access it? No technical problems from anybody? Really? All right.
I think that might be a first.
I think this is the first time. I think this is the first time we've heard that. Wow, that's great. All right, that's music to your ears, Drew, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. All right, well, that brings us to the end of our agenda today, and I wish everybody a wonderful rest of the day, and may everybody's hopes and dreams come true tomorrow as we have our election tomorrow. So deep breaths, and we will really hope for good outcomes for the future of our country and our state, and of course here at the local level as well. But so, all right, well, thank you so much, everyone. Great meeting. Thank you for all your great work, and I entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Reckow, seconded by Commissioner Carter. We will take a voice vote, starting with Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Reckow.
Aye.
Commissioner Howerton.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so we're unanimously adjourned. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.